These are real horror stories, disturbing, mysterious, and true. Each tale will send chills down your spine as you slowly drift into sleep. This story is completely free. We don't run any ads, which means we earn nothing from these videos. All we ask is one small favor. Please subscribe to our channel and give this video a like. It costs you nothing, but it gives us the motivation to keep creating more real horror stories every night. Also, tell us in the comments which city you're watching from and what time it is right now. We love reading your messages. Now, let's begin the story. Story number 1. The first story begins on a straight, windswept highway where an old station stood, far from any real town, surrounded by nothing but fields and the distant glow of passing headlights. Ethan had taken the overnight job because it seemed easy. 8 hours alone in a small convenience store, a few customers drifting through, and then sunrise. He was 26, saving for a move to a bigger city, and the isolation didn't bother him. If anything, he liked it. The station sat off a 2-lane road that cut through farmland and scattered woods, the kind of place people only visited when they had no other choice. The building itself was small, a single row of windows looking out at 3 pumps under a low metal canopy, a bell that chimed softly when the door opened, and a cluster of humming coolers in the back. The overnight routine was simple. Check the pumps, wipe down the counters, restock the shelves, watch the hours slide by. His first week slipped along quietly. A tired trucker buying coffee at midnight, a nurse heading home after a late shift, a father with 2 sleeping children in the back seat, whispering so he wouldn't wake them. Ethan grew used to the steady white noise of the refrigeration units, the faint buzz of the lights, and the thrum of cars on the highway, there and gone again in seconds. On the 4th night, something small and almost unremarkable changed. It was 3:10 inches the morning. The station was empty. Ethan leaned against the counter, scrolling through his phone, trying to stay awake. The security monitors glowed in front of him, showing different angles of the pumps, the parking lot, and the aisles behind him. Out of habit, he glanced at the screens. On the top left monitor, the one that showed the view from above the pumps, there was a car sitting at pump 3, an older, dark-colored sedan. The passenger window caught the light, but the driver's side was in shadow. The pump's digital display was lit, but the numbers weren't moving. Ethan frowned and looked out through the front windows. The forecourt was empty. No car, no customers. Just the pale concrete, the silent pumps, and the dark road stretching away in both directions. He looked back at the monitor. The sedan was still there, perfectly clear. A glitch, he decided. Maybe the system had frozen. He stepped out from behind the counter and moved closer to the door, peering more carefully through the glass. The lot really was empty. When he returned to the register, the monitor flickered once, twice, and the car vanished. Now the camera showed exactly what he saw through the window. Nothing at all. The rest of the shift passed without incident, and by the time the gray light of morning seeped into the sky, he'd mostly forgotten about it. The next night, just after 3 in the morning, he remembered. He was sweeping near the coffee machines when the faint whir of the security system caught his attention. He turned his head toward the monitors. There it was again. Pump 3. The same old sedan. The same strange half-shadowed view of the driver's side. Ethan stared. The station itself was quiet and still. He could hear the ticking of the wall clock over the counter. The camera view was so clear, it made his skin prickle. The pump display didn't move, frozen at 0. He drifted slowly toward the window, trying not to blink. From certain angles, the reflection of the screens made it hard to see outside. But as he shifted slightly left and right, it became undeniable. No car, no driver, just the same empty concrete, lit by the canopy lights overhead. He moved back to the monitors. Still there. A thought crossed his mind, uneasy and oddly practical. If this was some kind of issue with the security system, the manager would want to know. Maybe the cameras were looping old footage. In the morning, when his shift ended and the day clerk arrived, Ethan mentioned it. The clerk, an older man named Ray, listened with a tired half-smile, then leaned over to look at the monitors. "If it happens again, hit this," Ray said, tapping a button that captured still frames. "It's probably just lag, but we'll check it out." That night, Ethan waited. Midnight came and went. A light drizzle began outside, beating silver on the windows. The passing cars grew fewer and fewer. until the road felt abandoned. He caught himself glancing at the wall clock more often. 2:52, 2:59, 3:04. At 3:16, his pulse had picked up without his quite realizing it. He stood near the register, coffee cooling beside him, eyes moving between the monitors and the window. The pump cameras showed only the empty lot. The clock turned to 3:17. The image on the upper left monitor jumped, like an old tape skipping a beat. The sedan was sitting at pump 3. This time, Ethan was ready. He pressed the capture button, and a quiet click sounded somewhere under the counter. He looked up at the monitor again. The driver's side window was rolled up. Inside, a figure sat perfectly still. The image wasn't sharp enough to make out a face. The cabin was shadowed, the kind of heavy shadow that looked out of place under the bright canopy lighting. He glanced outside, nothing, and then back at the screen. His own reflection in the glass door hovered like a ghost over the empty lot. The contrast between what the camera saw and what his eyes saw made something inside him tighten. The sedan didn't move. The pump's digital readout remained at 0. Then, very slowly, the pump display on the monitor flickered. Not numbers counting up, but a brief wash of gray, like static, then back to its original blank state. The car stayed motionless. Ethan stood there until his shoulders ached. At 3:23, with the faintest stutter in the video, the sedan was gone. In the break room at dawn, he sat at the small table, while Ray scrolled through the footage on a battered computer. The screensaver flicked away, revealing a long timeline. "There," Ethan said, pointing. "Around 3:17. Ray dragged the cursor. The image of the pumps filled the screen. For several minutes of time code, the lot was empty. No car, no glitch, no flicker, just stillness. "There's nothing," Ray said, rubbing his eyes. "You sure you saw it?" "I pressed the capture button," Ethan insisted. "It should have saved at least a still." Ray clicked through a folder. Older snapshots appeared as thumbnails. A delivery truck, a raccoon nosing near the trash cans, a stray dog crossing the lot. "Nothing from last night. Happens," Ray muttered. "These systems glitch. Don't let it get in your head. Nights out here already make people jumpy." He closed the window. A small error message flashed briefly and disappeared before Ethan could read it. For a while, Ethan tried to shrug it off. He listened to music under one earbud. He counted the number of cars that stopped between midnight and sunrise. He told himself the station was just an ordinary place and that his mind was filling the quiet with stories. But each night, as the hours thinned and the road outside grew emptier, he found his eyes dragged back to that upper left screen. The sedan returned. Not every night. Not always at 3:17 exactly. Sometimes at 3:14. Sometimes at 3:20. But it always appeared around that same silent pocket of time, always in the same position at pump 3. Always with that dim, unhelpful shadow where the driver's face should have been. Once, he thought he glimpsed something else. A shape in the back seat. It was the faintest impression. A darker patch inside the darkness, as though something sat behind the driver, looking straight ahead. When he blinked and leaned closer, it blended back into the shadows. One slow afternoon, with the sun high and the pumps busy, Ethan checked an old binder the manager kept in the office. It held printed pages of emails, outdated logs, strange little notes kept for no obvious reason. Near the back, a clipped newspaper article was stapled to a sheet. It was at least 7 years old, yellowing at the edges. "Local man missing after leaving work," the headline said. Below it, a small photo. A middle-aged man smiling awkwardly at the camera. According to the article, he had last been seen leaving his job at a nearby factory, stopping at a roadside station to fuel up before heading home. Security footage showed him pulling to a stop at pump 3 at around 3 in the morning. He never made it home. His car was found abandoned at the edge of a field several miles away, keys still in the ignition. The station in the photo was the same one Ethan worked in. The angle in the grainy still shot matched the upper left camera exactly. He checked the date. 7 years to the month before Ethan's first night shift. He set the article back and closed the binder carefully. That evening, as the sun sank and the road became a ribbon of pale headlights and red taillights, a thin band of clouds swallowed the sky. The air felt strangely heavy in the store, as if a storm were thinking about forming and then changing its mind. By 2 in the morning, he was alone again. Wind pressed at the glass in occasional soft gusts. A single moth battered itself against the bright window by the door. The clock ticked steadily onward. At 3:12, the overhead lights flickered. Just for a second. Enough that the humming coolers dimmed and swelled again. Enough that the coffee machine's display reset and beeped. Ethan looked up at the monitors. All the screens briefly rolled with horizontal lines, then stabilized. The sedan was already there, sitting at pump 3. He hadn't seen it appear. It had been an empty lot one moment. The next, it was just there, like it had always been. On the monitor, rain that hadn't begun yet in the real world speckled the concrete around the car. Droplets shivered in the camera's view, darkening the ground. Outside the window, however, the lot was still dry. The air was calm. Ethan moved closer to the screens. The backseat shadows were thicker tonight. He could almost convince himself he saw the outline of a head, the curve of a shoulder. The driver's window seemed slightly more transparent than usual. Something like the suggestion of a cheekbone, perhaps the line of a jaw. Then he saw his own name tag. It was a reflection at first, a small rectangle of white caught by the camera. But as he stared, the shape sharpened. A uniform shirt. The pale patch of a printed name. The person sitting in the driver's seat was wearing the same style of dark work shirt he wore, the same cut, the same collar. The realization froze him in place. It wasn't clear enough to read the name itself, but he watched the slight gleam of the rectangular badge with mounting unease. He flicked his eyes to the small window in the corner of the screen that showed the interior of the store. There he was standing behind the counter, head tilted up toward the monitors. He could see his own posture, his own uneasy expression, trapped in the tiny digital frame. On one monitor he was inside. On another he was already outside, sitting in that car. The overhead light buzzed louder, then settled. Ethan's heart beat in his ears, loud and out of sync with the steady ticking clock. He told himself to step away, to go to the back, and pretend not to see any of it. Instead, he found his hand reaching for the radio behind the counter. It usually played low music from a local station, but tonight there was only a faint rush of static. Then, very clearly through the static, a voice spoke. "Please clear the pumps. The station is closed." It sounded like one of those pre-recorded announcements, flat and oddly calm. But they didn't have such a recording. Ethan clicked the radio off. The air fell silent again, except for the thrumming hum of electricity in the walls. Outside, nothing moved. On the monitor, a fine rain continued to soak the concrete around the sedan. The droplets made shimmering circles as they landed, rippling outward. The sedan's windshield looked wet and shiny, distorting the reflections of the lights above. Ethan glanced again at the real lot. Still dry, he became aware, with a kind of slow-building dread, that the longer he looked, the less aligned the two versions seemed. The angle of the sedan's hood on camera didn't quite match the marks on the pavement. The shadows fell a little wrong, stretching in directions that didn't match the store's bright interior light. His eyes burned. He blinked hard. The digital clock on the register changed from 3:17 to 3:18, and in that exact moment, the sound of a ringing phone cut through the room. It wasn't the store phone. That one had a low, warbling tone. This ring was sharp, metallic, and distant, as if coming from outside. He turned his head. Near the far edge of the lot, mounted on a rusted post, sat the scar of an old payphone, just a blank metal plate now, wires long since removed. The actual phone had been gone for years, but the ringing seemed to come from that direction. One ring, two, three, then silence. The monitors buzzed faintly. He turned back. The sedan was gone. The rain on the split screen had stopped mid-fall, frozen in place. And then the image jumped, to match reality once more. The hours crept forward after that, each one feeling slightly off, as though something had been nudged out of alignment. Ethan did not mention the payphone to Ray the next morning. The story felt too thin, too fragile, as if speaking it aloud would make it stranger. For several nights, nothing unusual happened. No phantom car, no glitching cameras. The station became ordinary again. Students buying energy drinks, truckers refueling, distant thunder rolling across the fields. The illusion of normalcy lasted almost long enough for his unease to fade. Then came the night of the storm. Rain pounded the roof in steady sheets, rattling against the front windows in sudden gusts. The canopy lights outside looked blurry and haloed, their glow smeared by water streaming down the glass. The road had emptied far earlier than usual. Not even the big rigs wanted to be out in that weather. Inside, the store felt smaller. The walls seemed to lean in slightly, and the hum of the coolers competed with the steady rush of rain. Ethan kept the volume of the radio low, as if he were reluctant to add another sound to the mix. Shortly after 3 in the morning, the power flickered. Once, twice. On the third flicker, the lights went out entirely for half a second. In that brief pocket of darkness, the sound of the rain seemed to swell, pressing against the roof like an ocean. When the lights came back, they were a little dimmer. The monitors took a moment longer to return. One by one, the screens blinked on, filling with grainy black and white images. For some reason, they had defaulted to an older setting. On the upper left screen, Pump 3 was already occupied. The sedan was there again, but in monochrome, its edges washed out, its windows reflecting pale streaks of lighting. Rain hammered down around it in waves, harder even than the storm outside. The pump's display flickered with static bursts and faint gray numerals that didn't resemble gas prices or volumes, more like a jumble of nonsensical numbers. The back seat was no longer just a pool of shadow. There was clearly someone sitting there. The figure was facing forward, head slightly bowed, as if dozing. The hair looked damp and dark. The shoulders slumped wearily, echoing Ethan's own tired posture. The impression of a work shirt was sharp, the fabric caught in the camera's harsh lighting. On the monitor showing the interior of the store, Ethan watched himself lean in closer, eyes fixed on the screen above. In the ghostly glow of the grainy feed, his own face appeared haggard and pale. The storm outside rumbled. The lights buzzed. Then, for a fraction of a second, the two feeds bled into each other. The interior camera glitched. Ethan saw himself standing behind the counter, one heartbeat in the next. Saw that same counter standing empty. His reflection in the window was gone. Instead, the tiny figure on the screen was sitting in the sedan, in the driver's seat, hands resting on the steering wheel. He blinked hard. The scene snapped back to normal. He was behind the counter again. The sedan remained outside on the pump camera, rain battering its hood. On the radio, through a hiss of static, that same calm voice returned, more distorted now. "Please clear the pumps. The station is closed." The last word stretched slightly, bending and warping as though the tape it was recorded on had been damaged. Ethan reached for the door lock, feeling suddenly, irrationally sure that if the door was not secured, something would simply walk in. Before his hand touched the latch, a sharp, clean knock hit the glass. 3 taps. No hesitation. He stopped moving. The knock came from directly at eye level. Slowly, every muscle in his body resisting, he turned his head and looked. A man stood on the other side of the door. At first, Ethan thought the storm had smeared his features. Rain streamed down the glass, distorting everything beyond it into streaks and ripples. The man wore a dark jacket, his hair plastered to his forehead. He stood very still, head slightly tilted down, as though he were peering just beneath the reflection toward Ethan's face. His hands hung at his sides. He did not shiver, though his jacket looked soaked through. Behind the man, the lot was empty. No sedan, no other car. Just the shifting curtains of rain under the canopy. On the monitor above, however, the sedan still sat at Pump 3, stubbornly occupying a space that in reality was bare concrete. The man at the door raised one hand slowly and pointed not at Ethan, but toward the far end of the lot, where the rusted payphone plate sat on its pole. Then his finger drifted, almost lazily, to gesture toward the pumps. Specifically toward Pump 3. Ethan's heart thudded. He glanced up at the monitor, then back to the door. Water ran down the glass in twisting paths. For an instant, as the streams crossed in front of the man's face, his features became oddly clear. He was pale, not sickly, but lacking the subtle coloring that real warm skin always had. His eyes were shadowed by the brim of his wet hair, but Ethan could see enough to know they were fixed on him with intent focus. The man's gaze dropped very slightly. His mouth didn't move, but his eyes flicked down toward Ethan's chest. His name tag. Ethan glanced instinctively down at it, then up again. In that single moment of distraction, the man was gone. There had been no sound of feet on wet pavement, no shuffling, no hesitation. 1 second he was there. The next there was nothing but the rain-slicked glass, reflecting the inside of the store back at Ethan. On the monitor, the sedan remained at the pump. The digital clock on the register rolled from 3:16 to 3:17. The store phone, not the imaginary payphone, but the actual landline behind the counter, rang. The sound jolted through the quiet. Ethan snatched it up with automatic urgency, his hand damp with nervous sweat. "Roadside fuel, overnight," he said, voice unsteady. For a heartbeat, there was only static. Then, far away but unmistakable, he heard his own voice. "Please clear the pumps," it said. "The station is closed." The line went dead. Slowly, he set the receiver back into its cradle. On the monitor, thin white lines shot across the pump camera, distorting the sedan's shape. The numbers on the pump display spun wildly for a moment, then froze on a row of zeros. The image flickered once more, and the car was gone. Outside, the storm's rage eased to a steady rainfall. The hum of the coolers sounded less harsh, as if some background pressure had suddenly lifted. Nothing else odd happened for the remaining hours of the shift. In the morning, Ethan watched the footage with Ray again. The storm was plainly recorded. Sheets of rain, occasional distant lightning. The empty lot. At 3:15, a small distortion flickered across the pump camera. For 2 seconds, the image pixelated, and then jumped ahead to 3:19. 4 minutes of time code missing. "You didn't restart the system, did you?" Ray asked, frowning. "No," Ethan said quietly. Ray sighed. "Well, corporate's gonna blame the weather. Try not to let it spook you too much. Machines do this out here. Storms mess with them." He didn't mention the man at the door, or the phone call in his own voice. The next night, Ethan called in sick. The night after, he went back. The station still stood, humming softly beneath its lights, welcoming and bland in the early evening glow. Familiar, the comfort of routines almost convinced him that the storm had been playing tricks on him. Another week slipped by. The sedan did not appear. No phantom announcements whispered through the radio. No payphone rang. Then, during a quiet lull around 2 in the morning, the main office printer whirred to life on its own. Ethan, stocking shelves at the back, heard the clatter and returned to the counter. A single sheet of paper emerged slowly, inching out as if reluctant. He picked it up. It was a still frame from the pump camera. Black and white, slightly blurred, time-stamped at 3:17 a.m. on the night of the storm. Rain poured across the image in ghostly streaks. Pump 3 stood in the center of the shot. He was standing next to it, not in the store. Outside, his head was turned upward, looking into the darkness beyond the canopy lights, as though watching something in the sky. His shoulders were soaked. His uniform clung to him. The rain seemed to pass through parts of his outline, leaving faint gaps, as if he were more suggestion than solid body. He knew with absolute certainty that he had never stepped outside during that time. The station stayed quiet after that. The sedan did not return while he worked there, but the feeling that something was waiting in that quiet pocket of night never fully left him. Eventually, he quit the job. He told the manager he had found something closer to home. On his last night, as the gray dawn rose and a local farmer came in for his usual coffee, the station looked as harmless as any other roadside stop. Months later, driving to visit a friend, Ethan found himself passing that same stretch of highway. The company had changed. New colors on the sign. A different logo. Fresh paint on the building. The lot looked busier, more modern. He told himself he would not slow down. Yet as his car drew level with the entrance, his foot eased off the accelerator, and he glanced through the wide glass windows. A new clerk stood behind the counter, leaning on his elbow, staring at the security monitors with the faintly bored look of someone only halfway awake. Behind him, a cluster of screens glowed. For a split second, one monitor caught Ethan's eye. It showed the view from above the pumps, 3 cars idling in the lot, and at pump 3, faint, almost transparent against the gray concrete, stood a figure in a dark work shirt, looking up into the invisible sky. Then his car rolled past, and the station slid out of view. The road stretched ahead, lined with trees and fields, empty and ordinary. But in the small hours of many nights afterward, when sleep wouldn't come and the memory of buzzing lights returned unbidden, Ethan could still feel the soft pull of that quiet moment at 3:17 a.m., when the cameras didn't quite agree on where he was, and the line between the station and something just beyond it thinned to almost nothing. Some gas stations close their doors for good. Others keep their lights on, and a few stand quietly on the side of empty roads, replaying certain minutes over and over again, waiting for whoever wanders in to notice. Story number 2. By the time Lena saw the gas station, the sky over the mountains had turned the color of wet slate, and the fog was folding itself across the road in slow, heavy layers. She had been driving for hours along the two-lane highway, leaving the last real town far behind. Her GPS had given up 10 miles back, the screen frozen on a pale green map with no more updates. Cell reception vanished not long after that. The radio dissolved into a bland wash of static and half-caught voices. The sign for the station appeared out of the fog so suddenly that Lena almost missed the turn. A faded board with peeling red letters glowed weakly in her headlights. Fuel snacks, open all night. An arrow pointed down a narrow gravel drive. She turned in, tires crunching over wet stone, and rolled into a small clearing cut into the side of the hill. The station squatted at the center of the lot, like a stubborn, lonely house. 2 gas pumps stood under a low metal canopy, glistening from an earlier drizzle. A strip of yellow light shone from the windows of the store, making a soft rectangle on the dark pavement. Beyond that circle of light, the world vanished into thick, pale fog. Lena parked beside the nearest pump and shut off the engine. For a moment, she simply listened. There was the faint ping of the cooling engine, the whisper of mist against her windshield. Somewhere in the trees, invisible under the fog, a single bird gave a quick, startled call and then went silent again. She checked the time, 11:40, 2 p.m. Her gas gauge hovered just above a quarter tank. Enough to keep going, if she were willing to risk another hour or more of twisting mountain road in this weather. Her eyes ached, and the thought of one more unexpected curve or fallen branch made her shoulders tighten. She stepped out into the damp night. The air smelled of pine, wet stone, and something faintly metallic, like cooling machinery. Under the canopy, the lights hummed. The pump's digital display blinked. "Please see cashier." Inside, behind the wide glass windows, the store looked almost cozy. Rows of shelves, coolers along the back wall, a small counter with a register and an old coffee machine. A large round clock hung behind the counter, simple white face, black hands. Its red second hand twitched at 11:43 and kept going. Lena walked to the door and pushed it open. A bell chimed overhead, bright and old-fashioned, the kind that sounded like actual brass instead of an electronic imitation. Warm air met her, carrying the smell of coffee and floor cleaner. The woman at the counter looked up from a crossword puzzle. She was in her 50s, with gray-streaked hair pulled back into a loose bun and clear, watchful eyes. A name tag on her blue vest read, Marla. "Evening," Marla said. "Road got you, huh?" "Fog came in faster than I thought," Lena answered, brushing dampness from her jacket. "Pump won't start." "Old system," Marla replied. "I'll turn it on from here when you're ready. You heading north or south?" "North." Marla's gaze flicked briefly to the big clock on the wall and back. Long way between anything that direction. You sure you want to keep going tonight?" Lena glanced through the window. The fog pressed against the glass in soft, shifting shapes, like something breathing on the other side. "I'm trying to make it to the next town," she said. "There's supposed to be a motel about 40 miles up." Marla's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "About that?" she murmured. "Might be better to wait till morning. The road does strange things after midnight on nights like this." Lena gave a small, automatic laugh, expecting a smile in return. She didn't get one. Marla's eyes stayed steady, serious. "It's a mountain road," Lena said, easing her tone toward lightness. "Strange is kind of part of the package, right?" Marla didn't answer immediately. She set her pen down carefully, as though lining it up with some invisible guideline on the counter. "Fill up first," she said at last. "Then we'll see." She reached under the counter and pressed a button. Somewhere outside, a relay clicked. The pump chime sounded faintly through the glass. Lena nodded and stepped back into the chill night. From the edge of the canopy, the fog looked thicker than ever. The road itself had become a pale ribbon, disappearing into blankness on both sides. The trees were only suggestions now, dark vertical strokes on a smeared gray canvas. She slipped the nozzle into the tank and set the handle. The numbers rolled lazily upward. As she waited, she caught her reflection in the store window, tired eyes. Hair flattened from the drive, light jacket damp at the shoulders. Behind her reflection, the interior lights glowed soft and steady. Marla's silhouette moved slowly, straightening a display of chips. The big clock over the counter ticked to 11:48. The pump clicked off at exactly the same moment. Lena replaced the nozzle and pulled her jacket tighter against a sudden, inexplicable chill. When she turned toward the door, she noticed something she hadn't seen on her way in. Just to the right of the entrance, bolted to the exterior wall, a small metal plaque had been mounted at eye level. The brass was tarnished and rain-spotted, but the engraved text was still readable. In memory of those lost on Highway 7, Midnight Pass, 2009. Underneath, someone had scratched a line with a key or a nail. Stay past 12. Stay forever. Lena stared at it for a second, somewhere between unsettled and unimpressed. It had the feel of a local joke, or a ritual warning passed on to drivers with a hint of theater. Mountain people liked their stories. When she stepped back inside, the bell chimed again. "Tank's full," she said, placing her card on the counter. Marla processed the payment. Her gaze drifted up once more to the clock. 11:51. "You're cutting it close," she said quietly. "To midnight?" Lena asked, trying to make her tone light. "Do I turn into a pumpkin if I don't get off the mountain by then?" Marla's eyes did not leave the clock. "Some nights," she said. "The road doesn't like to let go of people after 12, especially when the fog sits like this." Lena hesitated. The hum of the coolers filled the brief silence. Somewhere in the back of the store, something ticked faintly, like another hidden clock. Marla went on, voice steady, almost matter of fact. "Most nights, it's just a road. Anything can happen out there, sure, but nothing more than bad luck and bad weather. But once in a while, the lines get thin. People go around the bend in that fog and they don't come out when they should. At least not right." Lena set her card down a little harder than necessary. "I really need to be in Halberton by tomorrow morning," she said. "If I leave now, I can go slow. I'll be careful." "That's not the kind of careful that helps," Marla replied quietly. "Look." She pointed toward the side wall, where a cluttered bulletin board hung between two windows. It was covered in faded flyers for yard sales, lost dogs, and local bands. Tucked among them were newspaper clippings, each pinned at the corners. Lena moved closer. Head-on collision claims, family of 4. Local teacher missing on Midnight Pass. Delivery driver found walking alone, no memory of night. The dates spanned more than a decade. Many of the incidents happened within a narrow stretch of miles between mile marker 118 and 124. Most of them, Lena noticed, referenced late night or early morning hours. "It's a dangerous road," Lena said slowly. "Sharp curves. No guardrails in some places. Bad visibility. It happens." "It does," Marla agreed. "Sometimes for simple reasons. Black ice. Speeding. Animals crossing. I've lived here long enough to know that. But there's something else that comes through with the fog sometimes. You can feel it, if you pay attention." Her hand moved unconsciously toward the counter's edge, fingers resting on the worn wood. "When it comes, the headlights on the highway don't sound right. The distance gets strange. People see things in the corner of their eye and tell themselves it's just the weather." She paused. "Once they start thinking that, it's already too late." Lena shook her head gently, half at the story, half at herself for letting it get under her skin. "So what do people do?" she asked. "Just stay here? All night?" "Sometimes," Marla said. "Sometimes they wait a few hours, the fog thins, and they go on like nothing happened. Sometimes they ignore me and drive out anyway." "And?" Lena asked, against her better judgment. Marla's gaze settled on her with quiet intensity. "And I don't see them again," she said. "At least, not in the way I should." Lena thought of the long, winding road ahead. The dark, sloping forest pressing in on both sides. The way the fog seemed almost alive, flowing and curling like breath. "How far is the next place I could stay?" she asked. 43 miles north is the Halberton exit," Marla said instantly. 29 miles south, there's a rest stop with a motel behind it. That motel is ugly as sin, but its roof doesn't leak." Lena swallowed. "And if I stayed here a while?" she asked. "Is that possible?" "For a few hours," Marla said. "I keep the little break area open. Coffee's on until 2. After that, I lock the doors, just in case." "In case of what?" Lena asked softly. Marla's eyes drifted past her, toward the window, where the fog pressed in patient, pale waves. "In case the road comes closer than the parking lot," she said. The clock clicked to 11:55. Something deeper in the store gave a subtle, double thud, as if a heavy compressor had just turned itself off. Lena's phone had no service. Her body ached from the drive. The thought of stepping back into that shifting white wall felt suddenly heavier than it should. "Maybe I'll take a break," she said slowly. "Just for a little while. See if it clears up." Marla nodded, almost as if she'd been holding her breath for the answer. "There's a table by the coffee machine," she said. "You can sit there. If you get tired, you can lean against the wall, but—" Her gaze sharpened. "If the clock hits midnight and you're still here, don't go back outside until after 3. Lena blinked. "3?" she repeated. 3:15, if you want to be extra sure," Marla said. "Sometimes it runs a little late, and no matter what you see or hear out there, do not open the door." Lena's laugh came out thinner than she intended. "What am I going to hear?" she asked. "Forest animals asking for snacks?" Marla didn't smile. "Engines that aren't there," she said. "Voices that sound familiar. People who knock like they know you." The clock ticked to 11:57. Lena's mind flicked through explanations. A local tradition to keep drivers from taking risks. An overprotective station clerk who had seen one too many crash sites. Maybe even a kind of game, a test to see how suggestible strangers were. She poured herself coffee anyway. By 11:59, the store lights felt a little dimmer, though no one had touched the switches. The fog outside had thickened into a blank, luminous wall. The road beyond the pumps was gone, as if no highway had ever cut through that hillside. Lena wrapped her hands around the warm cup and sat at the small table near the back. From this angle, she could see most of the store and the windows facing the pumps. Marla busied herself behind the counter, straightening bills in the register, checking some invisible list. When the clock's minute hand reached straight up, and the thin red second hand shivered at the top of its circle, the ticking stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. The hum of the coolers faded into nothing. The faint buzz of electricity in the overhead lights went still. The entire store held its breath. Then, very slowly, a low vibration began to rise through the floor. It was subtle at first, like distant thunder trapped under the ground. The coffee in Lena's cup quivered. A small ripple ran across its surface. The headlights came next. They appeared in the fog beyond the pumps as two soft, white smears of light, side by side, approaching with unnaturally steady speed. No engine hum. No crunch of tires on gravel, just the advancing glow. Lena leaned forward unconsciously. The lights slid past the pumps and along the front of the station, so close it felt as though they should throw moving beams across the shelves and walls. But the interior remained perfectly evenly lit. Nothing shifted. She turned slightly, trying to track them through the side window. They passed through the blank fog and vanished, leaving no trace. "Stay back from the glass," Marla said quietly. "They see better through reflections." Lena satt still, pulse fluttering. Another pair of lights emerged from the fog. These moved slower, as if the vehicle were hesitating. As they approached the pumps, the store lights flickered once, twice, like eyes trying to stay open. The sensation of vibration in the floor intensified, then eased as the second set of lights passed by and were swallowed by the fog. Lena realized she had been holding her breath. She exhaled shakily. "It's just cars," she whispered, more to herself than to Marla. "There's a road. People are driving. It's just the fog that makes it weird." Marla didn't answer. A third line of headlights approached, much closer this time. They slowed near the first pump, hanging there like curious eyes. The pump's digital display blinked to life without anyone touching it. Lena watched as the numbers on the display began to climb. Fuel pumped into nothing. Outside, the space beside the pump was empty. The numbers rolled up as though a tank were being filled. $10, $20, $40, $100. The digits increased with impossible speed, blurring slightly on the old display. Marla's hand closed around the edge of the counter. Her knuckles blanched. "Don't look too long," she said. "It doesn't like to be watched." Lena tore her gaze from the pump. When she looked back, the numbers had frozen. The display flickered, then reset to 0. The imaginary headlights drifted away into the fog and vanished. The vibration in the floor subsided a little, like an enormous breath being let out. For a few minutes, Nothing moved outside. The fog settled back into a slow, swirling motion. Inside, the ticking of the clock remained absent, as though time had paused at exactly midnight and refused to move. Then, from somewhere deeper in the building, perhaps the back hallway, perhaps the little office behind the counter, a sound broke the stillness. Knocking. 3 slow, deliberate raps on what sounded like a hollow wooden door. Marla's head turned sharply toward the back, then toward Lena. "Stay where you are," she said, voice low but firm. "Is there?" Lena began. The knocking came again. This time, it was followed by a faint scraping, as though fingertips were trailing along paint. "There's no back entrance," Marla said, answering the unspoken question. "Just a storage room, and that's locked from the inside." The knocking ceased. For a long moment, the two women listened to the deep quiet of the store. The fog glowed softly at the windows, reflecting the interior like a muted mirror. Then someone knocked on the glass front door. This sound was crisp, familiar, and close. 3 quick taps with a knuckle. Every hair on Lena's arms lifted. She could see the door from where she sat, but only the edge of it. She would have to lean out slightly to see who was there. The knock came again, a little more insistent. Marla did not move. Her eyes stayed fixed on a point somewhere above the counter. "Don't look," she said quietly. "Don't answer. It doesn't come in unless someone invites it." The third knock was accompanied by a voice. "Hey. Hello?" It was a man's voice, early 30s, a little breathless. "Is anyone open? I need some help." Every instinct in Lena's body pushed against that. This sounded like an actual person, nervous, uncertain, as stranded by the fog as she had been. The discomfort of ignoring it tugged at her, a subtle but insistent guilt. "This isn't funny," the voice said, closer to the glass now. "I can see the lights are on. Please, just open the door." Lena swallowed, throat dry. "What if it's real?" she whispered. Marla's hands were very still on the counter. "It isn't," she said. "Not tonight. Not after 12. "How do you know?" Lena asked. "Because," Marla said, and there was a shadow of something old and pained in her voice. "When it's real, people don't sound like they're reading from the last time they were here." Outside, the man's voice went on, almost without pause. "I just need to use your phone," he said. My car spun out. I left it on the side of the road. It's foggy. I can't see where I am. Please, I have to call my wife. She's going to be worried sick." The words tumbled out in a pattern that didn't quite feel natural, more like a monologue replayed from muscle memory. Lena's heart thudded against her ribs. The voice dropped to a lower tone, softer. "I can see you in there," it said. "Sitting at the table. You don't have to be scared. I'm just like you. I'm just trying to get home." Lena's fingers tightened around her paper cup. The coffee had gone cold. "Don't look," Marla repeated. "It can't see you properly unless you give it a face." The person outside laughed then, a short, bright sound that didn't quite match the words that followed. "Wait," he said. "Do I know you? You look familiar. Did you stop here earlier?" Lena stared at her hands. She had not moved from the table. The thought that anything outside could see her made the back of her neck prickle. The voice shifted higher, as if someone were replaying an old tape at a slightly faster speed. "Please," it said. "You're not going to just sit there, are you? You're not going to just leave me out here?" The last few words slid strange, vowels stretching, consonants softening. It was as if the sound were being pushed through thick layers of water. The vibration under the floor returned, faint at first, growing slowly, like something circling the building. From the corner of her eye, Lena saw movement in the glass. Not a clear reflection, not a simple silhouette, more like a blur. The suggestion of a figure leaning close, hands on the door. A soft, fogged patch bloomed on the inside of the glass a few inches above the handle, as if breath had touched it from the wrong side. Lena's pulse hammered in her ears. She kept her gaze fixed on the tabletop. The voice at the door changed again. It dropped lower now, more confident. "Come on," it said. "You don't want to be stuck in there all night, do you? It's not safe. Come outside. The road's clear. You can make it to town if you leave now." The words pressed in, gentle but relentless. "Don't listen," Marla said. Her own voice had gone quiet and flat with effort, as if she were pushing back against something heavy. Another set of headlights slid into view through the side window. These did not move along the road. They seemed to drift among the trees, weaving lazily between trunks that should have blocked them. The floor trembled again, slightly out of rhythm with Lena's pounding heart. On the wall behind the counter, the big clock's hands remained frozen at 12. The red second hand, however, had begun to move again backward. It ticked slowly counterclockwise, one small notch at a time. The voice at the door continued, now babbling in a rushed stream of half-complete sentences. Didn't mean to. I was just trying to get around the curve, and then the lights. There were so many lights. And I thought the station was closer. I thought, somewhere in that rush, another sound threaded itself through the words. A low, distant horn blast, like a truck's air horn blown underwater. Lena pressed her palms over her ears. The sound didn't lessen much. Look at me, the voice said softly now, cutting through everything else with sudden clarity. Please. Just look. I'm so tired of talking to closed doors. Her muscles tensed. It would be so easy, she thought, to glance up. 1 second. Just enough to see who or what was out there. Marla's gaze, steady and unblinking, caught hers. Don't, she said again. There was no command in it now, only a quiet plea. The first time is always the worst. If you let it see you once, it doesn't forget. The red second hand on the clock continued its slow backward sweep. Outside, the knocking finally stopped. The voice fell silent mid-word, as if a tape had been snatched out of a player. For a long moment, there was nothing but the soft shifting of fog against the windows. Then gradually, the vibration under the floor began to fade. The unseen engines out on the highway or whatever moved in their place receded. The stray beams of impossible headlights among the trees winked out. The quiet deepened, then loosened. With a soft, almost embarrassed click, the clock's second hand jerked once, then resumed its normal forward ticking from 12:1. The hum of the coolers returned. The fluorescent lights buzzed back to their usual soft drone. Marla let out a slow breath. Her shoulders dropped a fraction. It's early, she said. Sometimes it lingers. Tonight it passed quick. Lena slowly took her hands away from her ears. The coffee cup shook slightly in her grip. What was that? She whispered. Marla looked toward the window one last time, as if checking for something only she knew how to see. The road, passing a little too close, she said, or something that wears the shape of it. It happens a few times a year, on bad weather nights. People used to mark the dates on a calendar. They stopped after it started happening off schedule. Lena swallowed. And the voice? She asked. The knocking? Echoes, Marla said simply. Leftovers. People who didn't listen. It uses them. It's louder if someone new is here. It tests doors. The clock read 12:06 now. Can I leave? Lena asked, unable to keep the tremor out of her voice. Marla glanced at the time, then shook her head. Not yet, she said. Give it a while to find something else to follow. 3's safest. But the worst is over. It gets bored, eventually. The hours between midnight and 3 stretched out strangely. Lena watched the fog shift and thin, watched occasional normal headlights pass with the proper accompaniment of tire noise and engine sound. She dozed lightly at the table for a while, waking with a start at small creaks and sighs from the building. At 2:47, the sky beyond the fog began to pale, just enough to make the darkness seem less absolute. At 3:02, the clock's hands continued their ordinary march, unbothered. Marla unlocked the door at 3:10. The bell chimed when she opened it a crack. Cool air slipped in, much less dense than before. The road had reappeared, wet and glistening but solid, stretching away in both directions. It's clear, she said. Lena stepped back outside. Her car waited where she had left it, a small dark shape under the canopy. A thin layer of moisture coated the windows. As she approached, she stopped short. Herr Gas. Gauge pointed a hair above full now. She was certain it had stopped just under the mark earlier. She could almost hear the phantom churn of the pump in her memory. Those wild numbers spinning for invisible fuel. A small piece of paper fluttered under her windshield wiper. She pulled it free. It was a photocopy of an old missing person flyer. The ink had faded to gray. Missing, Daniel Cobb, age 33. Last seen on Highway 7, near Midnight Pass, January 12, 2013. At the bottom, in lighter type, a note read, last confirmed location, Mountain View Fuel Station, security footage 11:58 p.m. Someone had circled the time in pen and written in small, neat letters underneath, "Don't be next." Lena turned toward the store. Marla stood just inside the doorway, one hand on the frame. "Some of them never make it to daylight," she said. "Some do, but not whole. You stayed. That helps." Lena folded the paper carefully and slid it into her jacket pocket. "Why do you still work here?" she asked quietly. Marla's gaze drifted past her, along the road. "Someone has to keep the lights on," she said. "If the station's dark, there's nowhere to pull over. Then it takes whoever it wants." She shrugged one shoulder, a gesture both resigned and oddly gentle. "Besides," she added, "I stepped out once. Years ago, after midnight. The road didn't quite let me go. I can leave the property in daylight, but when the fog comes in, I'm right back where I started. Might as well make myself useful." Lena stared at her, the pieces sliding into place with a quiet, unsettling logic. "Thank you," she said, the words feeling inadequate. Marla nodded. "If you ever have to take this road again," she said, "watch the fog. If it comes in heavy and doesn't move with the wind, if the air feels hollow in your chest, find a place with walls and stay put. And if you see this station from the wrong direction, if you recognize it when you shouldn't, don't stop. That means it's looking for you." Lena got into her car. The engine turned over on the first try. As she pulled out of the lot and back onto the highway, she checked the rearview mirror. The gas station receded into the mist, its lights a small, stubborn glow in the thinning fog. For a moment, as she rounded the first curve, she thought she saw another version of the building superimposed behind it, darker, more run-down. Windows boarded over, pumps rusted. Then the road bent, the trees closed in, and the ordinary morning light began to push the night away. 43 miles later, she saw the Halberton exit. A roadside sign warned, "Caution, fog area, multiple accidents, reduced, night, travel, advised." Underneath, in smaller letters half obscured by grime, someone had scratched 3 words into the metal with something sharp: "Trust the station." Years afterward, whenever Lena drove at night and a sudden bank of fog rolled across the road, she would remember the way the world had held its breath at midnight, the silent headlights gliding past, and the patient, practiced way Marla had watched the door. Most drivers only ever saw gas stations as brief interruptions on their way somewhere else. Places for fuel, coffee, maybe a snack. Few of them thought about the thin pool of light they cast, or what pressed against its edges on certain nights, hoping for one unlocked door. Story number 3. On the edge of the city, where the highways braided together and peeled off again, there was a gas station that never slept. It sat between an overpass and a tired strip mall, its fluorescent lights buzzing all night, its 4 pumps lined up like tired sentries beneath a harsh white canopy. Trucks rattled past on the nearby overpass, their sound a constant distant thunder. On one side of the lot, a chain-link fence separated the station from a set of freight train tracks. On the other, a narrow drainage ditch ran dark and shallow, carrying bits of trash toward some unseen sewer. Inside, the store was bright and clean in a way that almost felt too bright for the hour. Refrigerated coolers lined the back wall, filled with glowing rows of bottles. The coffee machines on the side counter burbled softly. A single checkout counter faced the doors, backed by shelves of cigarettes, gum, and lottery tickets. Above it all, small speakers in the ceiling quietly played a bland corporate playlist. Pop songs, old rock hits, generic instrumental tracks chosen to offend as few people as possible. Darius had been working the overnight shift there for almost 2 years. He was used to the strange mix of people who drifted through at those hours. Bleary-eyed nurses on their way home from the hospital, long-haul truckers filling their thermoses, rideshare drivers grabbing energy drinks between fares, the occasional police officer pulling in for a coffee. He was used to the loneliness too. After 1 a.m., the station often felt like its own little island, bright, humming, and oddly isolated from the rest of the sleeping city. So when the company announced that every store would be getting a new, centralized music and announcement system, Darius barely paid attention. It sounded like another corporate upgrade that would change nothing important. The installer had come during the day shift. By the time Darius arrived that evening, a new black box was mounted on the wall behind the counter, wires disappearing into the ceiling. A laminated sheet taped beside it bore the logo of a media company and a list of features and benefits. Auto-scheduled playlist. Real-time promotional announcements. Weather and emergency alerts. No local control. Below that, someone had scribbled in pen. Don't touch, HQ only. The regulars drifted in and out. Midnight came. 1 o'clock. Outside, a steady drizzle turned the pavement slick and reflective. The headlights of passing cars smudged into long streaks as they passed the station. Inside, the speakers cycled through a mix of music. Darius barely registered a familiar background noise in the quiet hours. At 1:58 a.m., the song faded out. There was a brief moment of silence, just the hum of the refrigeration units and the soft tap of rain on the windows. Then the speakers crackled. For a heartbeat, the sound was like an old radio being tuned past empty stations' thin, warbling tones. A faint rush of static. Darius frowned and looked up. The crackle resolved into a voice. It sounded like a commercial, but not like any of the cheerful, overproduced ones he was used to hearing. "Thank you for visiting," the voice said, and there was a glitching sound, as if several store names were being cut out and reinserted. "Fuel Right Service Center, your last stop tonight." The phrase, "your last stop," hit his ears strangely. He glanced around the store, half expecting a customer to comment. But the aisles were empty. The cameras showed no one at the pumps. The voice went on in a flat, almost old-fashioned tone. "Attention customers in the lot," it said. "Please check on the man at pump 4. Darius blinked. Pump 4 was empty. He could see it clearly through the glass. No car, no movement, just wet concrete shining under the canopy lights. He glanced at the new black box on the wall. No lights were flashing. The laminated sheet stared back at him blandly. "Corporate's testing something," he muttered to himself. Maybe some kind of emergency announcement feature. Before he could think further, the familiar chime from the forecourt sounded. He looked up in time to see headlights sweep into the lot from the side entrance. A sedan rolled under the canopy and pulled up to pump 4. The car came to a stop with a small, shuddering jerk. For a second, the driver just sat there, hands locked on the wheel. The interior light flicked on. Darius could see a man in his 50s, pale in the harsh glow. His jaw clenched tight. Slowly, the man opened his door and stepped out. He grabbed the side of the car, swaying slightly. The phrase from the speaker repeated itself in Darius's mind. "Please check on the man at pump 4. He moved from behind the counter without really deciding to. The automatic doors slid open with a sigh as he stepped outside. The air felt colder than it had a moment earlier, the drizzle soaking into his sleeves. "Sir?" he called, approaching the pump. "You okay?" The man looked over, eyes unfocused for a second, then struggling to focus on Darius's face. I didn't feel right," he said, words slightly slurred. "Chest. It's tight." Darius' stomach dropped. He'd seen the posters in the break room about recognizing heart trouble. Sweating, shortness of breath, pressure in the chest. "Sit down," Darius said, guiding him carefully to sit on the curb near the pump. "I'm calling an ambulance." Inside, he grabbed the store phone, fingers moving on autopilot as he gave the address. The dispatcher's calm questions and instructions steadied him a little. He grabbed a small first aid kit and went back out, talking to the man, keeping him awake as they waited. The paramedics arrived within 10 minutes. They moved with practiced efficiency, asking the man questions, attaching leads, lifting him onto a stretcher. One of them glanced at Darius. "You did the right thing calling fast," she said. "He's lucky you came out when you did." Lucky. The speakers inside the store were playing a gentle instrumental track now, as if nothing unusual had happened. When the ambulance pulled away, red and blue lights painting the wet pavement, Darius stood under the canopy for a moment longer, listening to the faint music. Please check on the man at pump 4. He told himself it was a strange coincidence. Maybe the system had some kind of generic safety announcement that happened to line up with a real emergency. It was unnerving, sure, but not impossible. He went back inside, wiped water from the floor near the door, and tried to shake off the unease. The store settled back into its usual quiet. At 2:23, a rideshare driver he recognized came in for a coffee and a snack. They chatted briefly about the rain. The driver left, tires hissing on the wet exit ramp. At 2:57, a dull rock song faded out, and another ad began. Don't miss our Lady Night specials, a cheerful voice sang. Coffee, candy, and more, for all you travelers. It went on about reward points and loyalty programs. Normal. When the store's clock blinked from 2:59 to 3, the music shifted. The usual upbeat tempo slowed, like a record playing at the wrong speed. A warble crept into the sound. The track cut off with a soft click. A different voice spoke. Older this time, with a faint echo, like it had been recorded in a tiled room. On tonight's schedule, it said, "We welcome the lady in the red jacket, dripping rain on the floor, with change in her left hand." Darius felt a tiny chill run up his spine. He stood behind the counter, eyes locked on the automatic doors. The parking lot outside was empty. No headlights, no approaching figures. 30 seconds passed. A minute. He began to breathe again. Maybe there was a delay. Maybe it was describing someone who'd already been in earlier. The bell over the door chimed. A woman stepped in, shaking droplets from the hood of a red rain jacket. Her hair was damp, plastered to her forehead. She held her phone in her right hand, and a handful of mixed coins in her left, fingers curled around them. Water dotted the floor beneath her shoes as she walked toward the counter. "I'm so sorry," she said, opening her left hand to reveal the coins. "Do you still take change for gas? I'm almost out, and my card is acting up." Darius stared for a heartbeat too long. The woman's expression shifted, embarrassment creeping in. "Yeah?" he said quickly. "Yeah, of course. Any amount helps. How much do you need?" He rang up the sale, adding a few dollars from his own pocket without mentioning it. The woman smiled, relief quickly, replacing her earlier worry. "Thank you," she said. "You're a lifesaver." When she left, the music resumed, picking up in the middle of a generic song as though nothing had interrupted it. Darius looked up at the new black box on the wall. "Okay," he murmured. "That's not normal." He thought about calling the manager. But what would he even say? That the store's new playlist was predicting customers in strangely specific detail? It would sound like a joke. Or worse, like he'd been dozing and dreaming behind the counter. The drizzle outside thickened to a steadier rain. The clock in the corner crawled toward 3:30, then 3:45. No one came in. The city's endless hum felt distant, muffled by the weather. Around 4 a.m., the speakers went silent for longer than usual between tracks. Darius realized, with a prickling awareness, that he had begun to anticipate the strange announcements. His eyes kept drifting to the digital clock on the register, watching the minutes change. When it hit 4:07, the system crackled again. The sound was rougher now, more distorted. Static hissed under the voice that emerged, like wind pushing through narrow gaps. "Associate on duty," it said. "Do not enter the backroom closet at 4:19. The words were simple. The tone was not. Something about the way the numbers were spoken too precise. Each digit separated and oddly emphasized made the skin at the back of his neck tighten. He turned his head slowly toward the short hallway that led to the tiny office and the storage closet. The door at the end of the hall was closed, as always during the night shift. The announcement repeated itself, exactly the same. "Associate on duty. Do not enter the backroom closet at 4:19. Then the speakers clicked and fell quiet. A regular pop song started, cheerful and tinny. Darius checked the time. 4:08. He told himself not to be ridiculous. There was no reason to go into the back room anyway, especially at such a precise time. He could simply stay put, keep working, and watch the minutes pass. But the knowledge that he shouldn't go there at exactly 4:19 made the urge to glance down the hall almost irresistible. He busied himself with straightening a display of snacks, counting cartons of cigarettes, wiping down the coffee counter. Every few minutes, his gaze darted back to the clock. 4:16分, 4:17分. The store was quiet enough that he could hear the faint ticking from the ancient wall clock in the back office, even through the closed door. At 4:18, the overhead lights flickered once, very softly. Darius found himself standing behind the counter, hands resting flat on the surface, eyes fixed on the glowing numbers of the register clock. 4:19分. He did not move. In the short hallway, out of his direct line of sight, something gave a soft, slow creak, the kind of sound a door makes when weight settles against it from the other side. Darius held his breath. The creak deepened, wood fibers protesting quietly. The building was old, It made noises. He knew this. He had heard them on 100 ordinary nights. But tonight, with the announcement still echoing in his thoughts, each sound became loaded with the possibility of something else. The creaking stopped. For a moment, the only sound was the buzz of the lights and the faint whisper of the air conditioner. Then, from the back of the store, came a soft, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was faint, barely audible, like knuckles brushing lightly against hollow wood. It came from the inside of the closet door. Darius forced himself not to look down the hall. His hands gripped the edge of the counter hard enough that his fingers ached. The tapping continued for about 10 seconds. Then it ceased. The silence that followed had a different weight, as if the store itself were listening to see what he would do. At 4:20, the old clock in the back office chimed softly 4 slow, muffled strikes. The speakers above his head played a bright, bouncy track as if to fill the quiet with something normal. Darius exhaled, only then realizing how long he had been holding the air in his lungs. When his shift ended at 6, the sky outside had shifted from black to a dull gray. Early commuters began to trickle through, buying coffee and fuel. He tried, once, to mention the announcements to the morning clerk. A man in his 40s named Neil, who treated strange customers and broken equipment with the same weary patience. New system said some weird stuff last night, Darius said, leaning against the counter as Neil counted the register. Weird. Like what? Neil asked, not looking up. Like, it knew things that were about to happen, Darius said. Called out a guy at pump 4 before he pulled in. Described a customer before she showed up. Told me not to go in the back room at a specific time. Neil paused, a bill half folded in his hand. Night shift'll do that to you, he said. This place gets in your head. Corporate loves their announcements. Half the time they play the wrong ones at the wrong store. Last week we had a promo for windshield wipers, and we don't even sell those. It said, associate on duty, Darius insisted. About the closet. Neil shrugged, closing the register drawer with his hip. Probably some built-in safety thing, he said. Old buildings, old wiring. They put all kinds of warnings in those systems. Don't let it spook you. You hear enough voices talking at you all night. Your brain starts filling in the gaps. Darius let it drop. But the next night, he paid even closer attention to the clock. The first half of the shift was uneventful. The rain had cleared. A light wind pushed scraps of paper along the edge of the lot. The speakers played the same rotation of songs he'd heard 100 times. At 1:07 a.m., the music wavered, notes bending out of tune for a beat. Tonight's traffic update, a low, distorted voice said. For the gray pickup with the cracked taillight and the plate ending in 3 for you. Darius's eyes went automatically to the window. There were no vehicles at the pumps. Reduce speed by 15 miles per hour, or you will not reach the underpass, the voice went on. You will not reach home. You will not reach the morning. The words were spoken without emotion, like a weather report. 30 seconds after the announcement ended, headlights swung into the lot. A gray pickup rolled up to pump 2, its right taillight fractured, a spider web of red plastic barely holding together. The driver, a man in his 20s in a faded hoodie, left the engine running as he fueled up, music thumping faintly from his open window. Darius stepped outside. Hey, he said as casually as he could manage. Road slick tonight. Might want to take it easy on the underpass. The driver looked at him, surprised. You psychic or something? He said, half bejoking. That stretch is always a mess. I hydroplaned there last week. He laughed, shook his head, and seemed to file the warning away somewhere real. Later, as the pickup rolled out of the lot, Darius watched its taillights recede. He did not know whether the announcement had predicted danger or created it. He only knew that he would feel the weight of that choice if he'd said nothing. At 2:07, the speakers made their now familiar flicker into static. This time, the voice sounded closer. Less like a recording, more like someone speaking through a thin wall. Associate on duty, it said. Do not step outside the front doors at 2:32. Darius checked the time. 2:08. He glanced toward the glass doors. The lot was empty again. The highway noise rolled on, ever present. A part of him wanted to defy the voice, to throw open the doors at 2:32 just to prove that nothing would happen. Another part imagined a car losing control on the exit ramp, vanishing into the ditch that ran beside the lot. He pictured himself stepping out just in time to be exactly where he shouldn't be. He stayed inside. At 2:31, The phone on the counter rang. He answered it out of habit. A voice on the other end said nothing at first. He could hear only breathing, faint and uneven. "Roadway fuel, overnight," he said. The breathing hitched. "I'm almost there," a man's voice whispered. It was hoarse, strained. "I can see the lights. Don't close. Please don't." The line crackled and cut out. Darius stared at the phone, heartbeat quickening. He stepped closer to the window, but did not cross the threshold. At 2:32 exactly, a car's headlights appeared on the far side of the intersection, moving erratically. The vehicle swerved, corrected, swerved again. It did not turn into the lot. It passed the station entirely, picking up speed, and vanished into the curve of the highway. No screech of brakes, no crash, just the ongoing rush of traffic. The speakers hummed softly with the next song. By the third night, the pattern was impossible to ignore. The announcements always came at 7 minutes past the hour, in the small hours of the morning. They were always specific. They were always right. Sometimes they were simple, nudging Darius toward small kindnesses. At 1:14, a calm voice said, "The woman in the yellow coat will drop her keys near the coffee counter. Tell her before she leaves." He did. She looked startled and grateful. Sometimes they were more pointed. At 3:07, the voice said one night, more insistent than before, "Do not sell beer to the man in the blue cap." When the man in the blue cap arrived, eyes glassy, speech just enough off to raise quiet concern, Darius refused the sale. The man left angry, tires squealing as he exited. A police car rolled past the station 5 minutes later, heading in the same direction. Other nights the announcements were about him. "Associate on duty," the speaker said once. "Do not look directly at pump 1 camera between 4:21 and 4:23. He obeyed, even though the request felt almost absurd. Later, reviewing the security footage in the back office out of sheer curiosity, he saw nothing unusual on pump 1 during that time. Just a dark, wet patch of concrete, empty and still. Yet as he scrubbed forward frame by frame, there was one brief flicker, a single frame where the camera view dissolved into a grainy wash of shapes he couldn't quite parse. It looked almost like a face pressed too close to the lens, features stretched and blurred, gone again so quickly that his mind might have invented it. On the 6th night, the announcements changed. The first ones followed their now familiar pattern. A warning about a driver who should slow down, a reminder to check that the freezer door was fully closed, a nudge to call out to a customer who appeared on the cameras hesitating at the pumps. Then, at 4:07, the tone shifted. The static that preceded the voice was thicker, layered with faint, overlapping whisper sounds, as if other, quieter broadcasts were bleeding through. "Darius," the voice said, hearing his name spoken so clearly through the ceiling speakers, froze him in place. It was not the calm, generic tone he had grown used to. This voice was rougher, slightly distorted, and carried an undercurrent of something that felt like tightly controlled urgency. "Do not go outside to pump 3 at 4:44, it said. "No matter who asks, no matter what they say." His throat went dry. He checked the time. 4:07. The store was empty. The lot beyond the glass was quiet, lit starkly by the canopy lights. "How do you know my name?" he asked, half expecting no answer. The speakers crackled. For a moment, a jumble of overlapping sounds flooded the store snatches of previous announcements. Old songs, distant sirens, echoing voices asking for help. Then, under it all, he heard himself. His own voice from some earlier night, faint and tinny. "Roadway fuel, overnight." The noise cut off like a tape being punched to stop. The regular playlist resumed, endlessly looping its anonymous songs. Darius stood there, heart pounding. At 4:30, headlights slid into the lot. A large SUV pulled up to pump 3. The driver's door flew open before the vehicle had fully stopped. A woman in her 30s jumped out, face pale, eyes wide. "Hey!" she shouted toward the store, waving frantically. "Hey, we need help out here!" Darius moved toward the door automatically, then stopped dead a few feet from it. The woman's voice carried clearly through the glass. "Please," she called. "There's something leaking under the car. I think it's gas. My kids are in the back seat. I can't get the cap off. I need someone to help me." Her words broke off as she turned toward the rear of the vehicle again. The SUV's tinted windows hid the interior. He couldn't see if there really were children in there or not. He pressed a button beneath the counter, activating the intercom that let his voice reach the pumps. "Ma'am," he said, forcing his tone to stay level. "If you think there's a fuel leak, please move everyone away from the vehicle. Call 911. The fire department can help with that safely." "I don't have a phone on me," she shouted back, panic flaring. "Please, just come out and look. It'll take 1 second. I can't do this alone." Her hand slapped against the side of the SUV in frustration. Inside, the store lights flickered in a small, almost imperceptible shiver. "Sidian Sisharfen." Darius looked at the clock, looked at the SUV, looked at the small black box on the wall. "Ma'am," he said through the intercom, "I'm calling 911 right now. Please get away from the vehicle." "What is wrong with you?" she yelled, voice cracking. "Open the door. Just open the—" Her last word was drowned out by the roar of a passing truck on the overpass. Darius's hand shook as he dialed for emergency services. The dispatcher picked up quickly. He explained the situation as calmly as he could, reciting the address, describing the suspected leak. As he spoke, he kept one eye on the woman outside. At 4:44 exactly, a pair of headlights flared on the far side of the lot. Another car was coming down the off-ramp too quickly, tires throwing up water as it hit a patch of standing rain. For a breathless half-second, the vehicle seemed to veer directly toward the station entrance. If he had been standing just outside the doors, he realized he would have been exactly in its path. The driver fought the wheel, correcting the swerve at the last possible moment. The car clipped the edge of the curb instead, jolting violently. The woman at pump 3 staggered, thrown off balance by the sudden screech and impact. She grabbed the pump to steady herself, eyes wide. The car wobbled and came to a stop several yards beyond the entrance, engine idling. The driver sat frozen for a long moment, then slowly pulled away, pulling back onto the road and disappearing without ever entering the lot. The woman at pump 3 stared after it, then turned toward the store. Her face had changed. The wild edge of panic had flattened into something cooler, more assessing. Her expression slid from fury into a curious, almost thoughtful blankness as her gaze met Darius's through the glass. For several long, stretched seconds, they simply looked at each other. Then she smiled, not with relief, not with gratitude, with something that looked disturbingly like recognition. She lifted one hand in a slow, small wave, fingers moving precisely, deliberately, then got back into the SUV and drove away. Pump handle still hanging on its hook, no sign of any leak on the wet pavement. No children's faces ever appeared at the tinted windows. The emergency operator's voice on the phone cut through Darius's stunned silence. "Sir, are you still there? Is anyone in immediate danger?" He swallowed, the sound loud in his own ears. "No," he said. "No, I think it's okay now. False alarm, maybe. I'm sorry." He hung up, the questions he couldn't answer piling on top of each other. He finished the shift in a quiet daze. Dawn crept over the city, gradually washing the harsh contrast from the station's lights. The playlist returned fully to its usual programming. No more strange announcements. No more warnings. For the first time since he'd started working there, Darius felt a flicker of real reluctance to come back the next night. But he did. He needed the paycheck. He needed the routine. And a part of him, however uneasy, wanted to know if the pattern would continue. The following night, the hours slipped by. Midnight, 1 o'clock, 2. The speakers played nothing unusual. No static, no strange voices, no numbers spoken in that precise, unnatural way. At 3:07, the playlist rolled smoothly from one song into the next. At 4:07, a bright jingle for a coffee promotion played, all cheerful harmonies and clinking cups. By dawn, Darius had almost convinced himself that whatever had happened was over. Some kind of freak series of glitches, maybe triggered by the installation, and then ironed out by corporate. At the end of his shift, he did something he had never bothered to do before. He called the media company listed on the laminated sheet. After navigating a maze of automated menus, he reached a live technician. "Store number?" the technician asked. Darius read it off the sheet. "And what seems to be the issue, sir?" the technician asked, voice calm and neutral. "There were some announcements," Darius said carefully. "Last week. They didn't sound like the usual promos. They mentioned specific customers. They used my name. There was a pause on the line, punctuated by faint keyboard clicks. Our logs show your location as pending activation, the technician said after a moment. You're scheduled to be added to the network next month. Right now, all your speakers should be playing is the default hold music loop. No dynamic content, no store-specific announcements. Darius stared at the black box on the wall. They've definitely been playing something, he said. I heard it. It affected people. I'm not seeing any advertising campaigns assigned to that store ID, the technician continued. No local messaging at all. You said it used your name? Yes. Do you have a microphone connected to the system? The technician asked. Sometimes our AI can pick up local information for... We don't have any microphones, Darius said quickly. Just speakers. No cameras tied into it. It's just... there. More keyboard clicks. I can push a reset to your unit, the technician offered. Clear any cached playlists. After that, you should only hear the standard rotation. If there are still issues, you'll need to contact your company's facilities department. Yeah, Darius said numbly. Yeah, sure. Push the reset. He hung up a few minutes later, the technician's bland reassurances still echoing in his ear. That night, the speakers played only the most generic of songs. No glitches, no voices layered under the music. The new black box on the wall glowed with a steady, indifferent green light. The announcements did not return. Darius stayed at the station for another 3 months. He worked the same hours, saw the same mix of people, heard the same endless rotation of music. Gradually, the edge of tension eased. The memory of those nights sank into the deeper layers of his mind, where strange experiences go when there's no clear way to explain them. One afternoon, on his day off, he stopped at a different gas station across town. It was newer, sleeker, all bright LED panels and digital displays. As he stepped inside to pay for his fuel, a familiar tune floated from the ceiling speakers. A light, inoffensive song he had heard dozens of times. Then, underneath it, so soft he might have missed it if he weren't listening, a tiny crackle crept into the sound, a thread of static winding through the melody. For a second, just a second, a voice whispered under the music. Associate on duty, it murmured. We're not done with our shift. Darius froze. The regular music surged, burying the faint murmur. Customers chatted at the counter. A child laughed near the candy aisle. The speakers above looked like any other part of the building. No one else seemed to have heard anything unusual. He paid, went back to his car, and sat for a long moment before starting the engine. The road out of the lot stretched ahead, fringed by other stores, other signs, other lights. Behind him, inside that other station, the playlist moved on, track after track, quietly filling the silence of the late afternoon. In certain gas stations, at certain hours, the music is just something to ignore. A background hum. A dull chorus that says nothing and means nothing. But now and then, in the thin hours when most of the world is asleep and the lights on the forecourt seem too bright against the dark, the speakers clear their throat. And the announcements that follow are not about discounts or coffee specials, but about the people who are there and the narrow shapes of the choices they are about to make. Story number 4. On the old state highway that used to carry all the traffic before the new interstate opened, there was a gas station that had been slowly dying for years. The paint on the canopy was sun-o-faded. The sign out by the road still advertised prices from another time. The last few numbers manually changed with a long metal pole. The big plastic logo out front had a crack running through it like a jagged scar. Most nights only a few cars pulled in. People rushed through, filling their tanks, grabbing coffee, heading back to the brighter roads that skirted the edge of town. The station was a leftover, waiting for someone to decide whether to fix it up or finally let it go dark. Zoe had heard the rumors that it would close soon, but rumors were always floating around that place. What she hadn't expected was to walk in for her evening shift and find the manager already there, standing in the dim light of the stockroom with a clipboard. "You're closing," he said without preamble. "I close every night," she answered, hanging up her jacket. "Sweep, lock up, drop the deposit." "Same as always." He shook his head. "No," he said. "I mean you're closing it. For good." He held out the clipboard. The paper on it was a letter from corporate. It was polite and distant, full of phrases like market realignment and consolidation of services. The important part was a single line near the middle. Final day of operation. October 30. 1. Final shift responsible. 4 p.m. 12 a.m. Zoe's name was scrawled next to that last line. The overnight shift had already been canceled. She stared at it for a moment. "So that's it?" she asked. "We just turn off the lights at midnight and walk away?" "Pretty much," the manager said. "I'll be here until 8. After that, it's all you. Count down the inventory, put the last deposit in the safe. Hit the breakers at 12. Don't forget the breaker by the back door. It doesn't flip with the rest." His voice was brisk, but he kept glancing over his shoulder, back toward the door that led to the underground storage room. That door was always locked. Zoe had never been down there. "What happens to the building?" she asked, partly to fill the silence. He shrugged. "Corporate'll decide," he said. "Sell it, tear it down, turn it into a coffee shop. Not our problem. We're just closing the book." He didn't quite make it to 8. A little after 7:30, he came out of the office carrying a worn cardboard box and his own thermos. The box was full of old paperwork and a few framed certificates from the opening weeks. "You'll be okay?" he asked. "Last night's usually quiet. People already think we're closed half the time." "I'll be fine," Zoe said. "I'll take a picture when the sign goes dark. Send it to you so you can be sentimental." He smiled weakly. "Lock the front doors at 11, he said. "You're supposed to stay open till 12. But once you flip the closed sign and kill the pumps, nobody should be coming in anyway. Do the final count with the doors locked. It's simpler." There was something else in the way he said that last word, but he didn't explain. He left before the last of the sunset leaked out of the sky. His car's taillights dwindled down the empty highway, then vanished over the small rise. For a while, it was an ordinary shift. A young couple in a battered sedan stopped for gas and snacks, arguing softly about directions. A delivery driver came in for coffee, complaining about the detour signs near the new interstate. One of the regulars, an older woman from down the road, bought a newspaper and a lottery ticket. By 9:30, the station was empty. The overhead lights buzzed softly. The coolers hummed along the back wall. Outside, a moth battered itself rhythmically against the glass of the front door. Wings tapping with dull urgency. Zoe stood behind the counter, looking out at the pumps. They glowed under the canopy, the concrete around them already damp with a fine mist that had started to drift down from the low clouds. She glanced at the big analog clock on the wall. 9:37. 2 hours and 23 minutes of that place left, if everything went according to plan. Boredom pushed her toward the office. The manager had left the door unlocked, the key still in the metal cabinet, where they kept drop deposits and spare receipt paper. Inside, the office was as cramped and cluttered as she remembered. A small desk with a computer. A filing cabinet with one drawer that never shut all the way. A narrow chair that creaked when anyone sat in it. On top of the filing cabinet, next to a dusty first aid kit, sat a box she hadn't seen before. It was shallow and wide, the kind of box used to store old photographs. The lid was pushed half off, as if someone had been looking through it recently and forgotten to close it properly. Zoe nudged the lid aside. Inside were Polaroids, dozens of them, maybe more. All the same size, all slightly yellowed at the edges. Each one had a date scrawled in marker along the bottom border, and sometimes a name or a short note. The first few showed the station when it was new. The paint on the canopy was bright. Balloons were tied to the pump posts. The manager she knew now was younger in those photos, standing in front of the store doors with a forced smile and a pair of giant scissors, ready to cut a ribbon. Other pictures showed customers at the counter, smiling awkwardly as if caught off guard. One of them had the note, "First Sale," written along the bottom. Another, "First Night Shift." She flipped through more. Over time, subtle changes appeared. Different posters in the windows. Different displays on the counter. The same basic layout, but shifted, rearranged, worn in different places. In one of the later photos, taken just a few years earlier, Zoe recognized herself. She was standing behind the counter, eyes half-closed mid-blink, a cup of coffee in her hand. The caption read, in a familiar scrawl, "New Kid, 2019. She smiled faintly. Underneath that stack of Polaroids lay a thin, hardbound notebook with no title on the cover. The paper was yellowed, edges curled. Someone had slid a printed email into the first page to use as a bookmark. The emails were nothing special, corporate notices about inventory systems and schedule changes. The handwritten entries beneath them were stranger. Last sale, July 12, 2004, 11:58 p.m., unleaded at pump 3, customer, unknown, cash only, truck never left lot, last sale, March 3, 2009, 12:01 a.m., diesel at pump 1, customer said, see you on the way back. Didn't return. Last sale, December 8, 2015, 11:59 p.m., coffee plus cigarettes. Customer recognized from old photo. Asked, how long you been here, kid? The dates were years apart at first, then closer together. The phrase last sale repeated like a heading. Under each, the handwriting became more hurried, more cramped. Last sale. April 3, 2022, 11:26 p.m. Red Sedan. Woman, with map, said, this station wasn't here last time. Comment, highway hasn't moved. Zoe frowned. It could have been a private joke. The manager's way of keeping track of odd customers or lady-night strangeness. People said weird things when they were tired. Still, she closed the notebook carefully and slid it back under the Polaroids, telling herself not to read too much into it. Old buildings collected stories. That didn't make them anything more than buildings. Out in the store, the bell over the door chimed. She stepped out of the office quickly, wiping any expression off her face. A car had pulled up while she was distracted. It was old, boxy, and long, with a paint job that had probably been blue once but had faded to a muted grayish color. The headlights cast yellow pools on the wet concrete. The driver stepped inside. He wore a brown jacket and a cap pulled low. His face was lined in a way that suggested years outdoors. His eyes scanned the shelves like someone searching for something specific and not finding it. Evening, Zoe said. We're open till midnight. He nodded absently. Been a while since I seen this place lit up, he said, voice rough. Thought you'd have been gone by now. We're closing tonight, she said. Last night, actually. He moved toward the counter, pulling out his wallet. You got a restroom? He asked. Out back, she said. Past the ice chest on the left, keys on the hook. He looked at the hook on the wall. The large plastic keychain dangled from it, the way it had every night she'd worked there. For a second, his expression shifted. Something like confusion flickered across his features, gone again almost at once. You changed the sign? He asked. What sign? The neon, he said. Used to be red. I remember that. Red letters. Cooper's Gas and Go. My boys used to love that sign. Zoo blinked. There was no neon sign now. Just the tall, cracked plastic panel with the station's current logo and the changing prices. Must have been a long time ago, she said. He smiled faintly, more to himself than to her. Yeah, he said. Long enough I shouldn't be seeing it lit, I guess. He took the restroom key and stepped back outside. On the security monitors above the counter, Zoe watched him walk along the side of the building, the camera following his progress in grainy black-white. He moved slowly but steadily, rounded the corner, vanished out of frame. Minute passed. 5, 7. The restroom key remained missing from the hook on the wall. She looked back at the monitors. No sign of him. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he'd gone back to his car, decided to leave without returning the key. Customers did that sometimes. She glanced out the window. The old car was gone. No taillights, no engine rumble fading down the highway. Just an empty space at the pump and the wet dark of the road beyond. The restroom key hung on its hook again. Zoe stared at it. It swung slightly, as if someone had just brushed past it. The tiny rational part of her brain scrambled for explanations. She must have missed him. Maybe he'd moved faster than she thought. Maybe another car had pulled in and left without her noticing. The clock on the wall read 10:12. She flipped the open sign to closed a little early, just to make herself feel better. The pumps were still active. She'd wait until 11 to shut those down, but at least the doors were locked. No more customers. She told herself that, and then corrected herself. No more regular customers. The rain picked up, a soft, steady tapping against the windows. The station became a bright bubble in a deep, damp world. At 10:41, the lights above the coffee machine flickered and steadied. The bell over the door chimed. Zoe's head snapped up. The doors were still locked. She had checked them twice. Yet the sound of the bell was unmistakable. She looked toward the entryway. A girl stood just inside, rainwater pooling silently beneath her shoes. She looked about 16, with dark hair pulled back into a high ponytail and a backpack slung over one shoulder. Her clothes were wrong, somehow faded jeans, a windbreaker with a logo Zoe didn't recognize, the style just slightly out of step with anything currently in fashion. "Sorry, we're closed," Zoe said automatically, then heard her own words. The girl smiled awkwardly. "I know," she said. "You always say that." Zoe's fingers tightened around the rag she'd been using to wipe the counter. "Have you been here before?" she asked. "Once," the girl said. She walked up to the counter, dropping 3 crumpled dollar bills on the surface. "The night before I left, I bought a soda and some chips. The lady behind the counter told me to be careful on the highway, like everybody does." There was no one else in the store. No sound from the road. Only the hum of the coolers and the rain. "Where were you going?" Zoe asked, surprised to hear the question leave her mouth. "College," the girl said. "At least that's what I told my parents. Really, I was just trying to get away. Thought I'd figure it out as I went." She looked at the shelves for a second, as if expecting to see something particular. "You had different candy then," she said, "before they changed all the packaging." The dates in the notebook came back to Zoe in a rush. 2004, 2009, 2015. Last sale. "What happened?" she asked quietly. The girl's gaze met hers. "I didn't get there," she said simply. Zoe swallowed. "There was an accident?" she asked. The girl shrugged one shoulder. "Depends on who you ask," she said. "They never found the car. Or me. Or anything. My mom kept coming here for a while, asking if anyone remembered me. After a few years, I think she stopped." She said all of it calmly, like someone describing a movie they'd seen once and barely remembered. Zoe glanced at the doors. They were still closed. The rain slid down the glass in slow, glittering sheets. No footprints marked the wet mat in front of them. On the security monitor, the camera that watched the front entrance showed nothing but an empty doorway. No girl. No wet shoes. No backpack. "Why are you here?" Zoe asked, the edges of her voice fraying. The girl tilted her head, considering the question. "Some nights are heavier than others," she said. "This place gets full. People stop without stopping, walk through without really knowing it. I think we're what's left of that. The pieces that didn't quite make it past." "I don't see them," Zoe said. "You're not supposed to," the girl replied. "You work here. You're part of the station. It's supposed to be a stop. A blink. People don't like to think too hard about the places in between where they were and where they ended up. But sometimes on the last nights of things, the line gets thin." She glanced at the clock. "It's your last night," she said. "For this version anyway." A faint buzzing crept into the air, like static building up on a television screen. Behind the girl, in the reflection in the window, Zoe thought she saw other shapes. A man in a trucker's cap, head bowed over a map. A woman holding a child's hand, eyes turned toward the road. A teenager in a Letterman jacket, keys spinning on his finger. All there in the glass for a heartbeat, then gone again, the reflection returning to the empty store. "What happens after?" "Midnight?" Zoe asked. The girl's answer was almost kind. "The station stays," she said, "in one way or another. Maybe they tear this building down. Maybe they put up something new. But there's always a light here. Always a place where people think, just for a second, about stopping." "And me?" Zoe asked. "You're a closer," the girl said. "You turn off the lights. You lock the doors. The book says so." "The book?" Zoe echoed. "The one in the office," the girl said. "With all the last sales. They write your name at the end. They always do. Someone has to be the last one to leave." "What if I don't?" Zoe asked. "What if I walk out now and don't look back?" The girl's gaze didn't waver. "Then someone else is the last one," she said. "Maybe a driver who thinks they're just stopping for coffee. Maybe a kid on a bike, cutting through the lot. Maybe the manager if he comes back to double-check the locks. The place doesn't really care. It just balances the numbers. Zoe thought of the Polaroids, the entries in the notebook, the way the dates had crept closer together as the years went on. There was a clerk before you, the girl said quietly. He was supposed to close it 5 years ago, when they talked about shutting down then. He stayed a little too late. Didn't notice when the clock ran past 12. They found his car on the side of the road with the engine off and the keys still in. Said he must have walked away. Nobody could explain why the station lights were still on 2 days later. On one of the Polaroids, Zoe remembered, there had been a young man behind the counter. The caption had been almost illegible, smeared by time or water. He hadn't looked much older than she was now. "I'm not staying," Zoe said, though the air felt thicker now, as if the station itself were pressing in. "You don't have to," the girl said. "Just know that when you turn off the lights, you're not the only one standing here. And when you step outside, don't answer if anyone calls your name from the pumps." The bell over the door chimed again. Zoe flinched. Her heart lurched. When she looked up, the girl was gone. The floor was dry where she had stood. No puddle from wet shoes. No damp footprints. On the monitor, the front entrance camera showed only Zoe behind the counter, staring at an empty doorway. The clock on the wall read 11:23. She moved quickly after that. She shut down the pumps at 11:30, listening to the deep clunks and whirs of the old machinery powering down for the last time. She counted the register twice, fingers flying over bills and coins, the familiar motions oddly comforting. In the office, she put the final deposit bag into the safe. The notebook lay where she had left it, spine up, as if waiting. She hesitated, then opened it to the last page. The final entry was already there. Last sale, October 31, 2023, 11:17 p.m., unknown, rain outside. You always say that. Closer, Zoe. Her name looked like her manager's handwriting. She hadn't seen him write it. Her pulse pounded in her throat. The breaker panel by the office door waited, a row of switches labeled in fading marker. Front lights, pumps, coolers, sign. She flipped them one by one, leaving only the interior store lights on. The plan had been to turn those off at exactly midnight. Out in the parking lot, the canopy lights went dark, leaving the pumps as vague shapes in the rain. The sign by the road went black. The station shrank. The world outside the glass became deeper, less defined. The only light now came from the fixtures above her head and the strip of neon along the cooler doors. 11:54 分. She went to the front doors and unlocked them. The girl's words echoed in her mind. Don't answer if anyone calls your name from the pumps. The rain softened to a fine mist. The air smelled of wet asphalt and something older, buried deep under the concrete. Zoe stepped out onto the small strip of sidewalk in front of the doors and pulled them closed behind her. The key turned in the lock with a final, familiar click. In that moment, standing between the bright interior and the dim, echoing lot, she felt a strange pull, as if the station wanted her to stay just a few more minutes, to straighten one more display, to check one more pump. Behind her, through the glass, her own reflection looked back. For a heartbeat, she thought she saw other shapes standing with it, faint outlines, overlapping her like ghosts in a long exposure. Her name drifted across the lot, soft, almost conversational. Zoe. It came from the direction of pump 2. The voice was the manager's. Tired, a little anxious. Hey, you still in there? It called. I forgot to show you the last breaker. Out by the dumpsters. You have to flip that one too, or the lights won't really be off. She didn't move. The rain ticked against her jacket. Zoe, he called again, closer this time. Come on, I don't have my keys. Open up. She knew with a clear, cold certainty that if she looked toward the pumps, she would see something standing there. Maybe the manager. Maybe someone else wearing his face. Maybe nothing at all. Maybe that would be worse. She took a single step backward, away from the doors, away from the pull of the bright interior. The mist blurred the edges of the world. The highway hummed softly somewhere beyond the dark. Another car might pass in a minute, or in an hour, or not at all. Don't do this, the voice said, sharper now. You're supposed to be inside. You're supposed to finish. The word finish stretched, as if spoken through a faulty speaker. Zoe turned her back to the station. She walked toward her car, parked at the far end of the lot. Her keys felt heavy in her hand. Each step seemed to take more effort than it should, like wading through thick air. Behind her, the station lights glowed. At 11:59, as she reached her car door, the interior lights flickered. For a second, the entire building looked wrong. The windows were boarded over. The sign above the door was a different logo. The pumps were older models, rounded and mechanical, their numbers set with dials instead of digital screens. Then the vision blinked away. The familiar worn facade returned. She got in the car. Her fingers shook as she started the engine. As she pulled out of the lot, she did not look directly at the pumps. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw figures standing there lined up along the edge of the canopy's shadow. Watching. They did not move toward her. They did not wave. They simply stood, as if waiting for the next set of lights to pull in. When her car's headlights swept the sign by the road one last time, she saw a flicker of red at its base. For a heartbeat, the ghost of an old neon logo glowed there. Cooper's Gas and Go. Then the road curved, and the station slid out of view. In her rearview mirror, the building's lights were small and distant. At exactly midnight, as the digital clock on her dashboard ticked over, they went out. All at once, as if someone had finally flipped the last hidden breaker. Years later, people would drive that stretch of the old highway and see whatever had taken the station's place, a new chain store, a coffee shop, an empty lot with a For Lease sign. Most would pass it without thinking, but on certain nights, when the rain came down in a fine mist and the traffic on the main interstate slowed to a crawl, a few drivers would swear they saw an older building there instead. A tired canopy, 4 lonely pumps, a rectangle of light in the night, and for just a moment, they would consider stopping, hand flicking toward the turn signal. Then the thought would pass, and they'd keep driving, never knowing how close they'd come to a place that didn't quite forget the people who closed its doors. Story number 5. The gas station sat at the edge of the city like a small, bright square on a dark board. On one side, the highway curled away toward the suburbs. On the other, an industrial strip stretched out warehouses, a tire shop, a shuttered diner with its neon letters half burned out. During the day, the station was busy. Delivery vans, commuters, parents shuttling kids between errands. At night, it was different. The traffic thinned. The big overhead lights made the pumps look like a stage, empty more often than not. The hum of the coolers and the soft chime of the front door became the loudest sounds. Mateo liked the night shift most of the time. The quiet suited him. He could read between customers, listen to the tinny music from the ceiling speakers, let his thoughts drift. There was a kind of comfort in the routine scan items. Ring totals, hand receipts, repeat. One Tuesday evening, the routine changed. The day manager stayed late, pacing behind the counter while a contractor in a polo shirt installed a new card terminal and receipt printer. The old terminal, with its sticky keys and fading screen, had been removed and set aside like a retired appliance. "This is the new system," the manager said, tapping the sleek black device with something like pride. Corporate finally sprung for it. "It talks to the loyalty program, the cameras, even the weather feed. Smarter marketing, they call it." "Marketing?" Mateo asked, watching the contractor feed a roll of thermal paper into the printer. "Personalized messages on the receipts," the manager said. "Coupons for stuff people actually buy, reminders, that kind of thing. If they put their phone number in, it knows them." The contractor gave a half smile. "Don't worry," he said. "No mind reading, just data. It'll pull a line or two for the bottom of each receipt. You don't have to do anything special, just don't unplug it." By the time the sky outside turned purple, the contractor had gone. The manager left soon after, reminding Mateo to write down any weird behavior from the new system in the log. For the first few hours, nothing seemed different. The terminal beeped, the scanner flashed red over barcodes, the printer spat out narrow white strips of paper. It wasn't until a little after midnight that Mateo noticed the first odd message. A woman in a green raincoat came in, bought coffee and a small bag of chips, and paid in cash. She didn't swipe a loyalty card or enter a phone number. Just exact bills, slid across the counter with the weary precision of someone who had been up too long. He handed her the receipt without thinking. She glanced at it on her way to the door, then stopped. "Oh," she said softly. "What's up?" Mateo asked. She turned back, holding the slip between 2 fingers. "It says this," she said, reading aloud. "Check your rear left tire before leaving." Mateo frowned. "That's new," he said. "Usually it's like, 2 of 1 energy drink's next visit. She gave a small, uncertain laugh. Well, it's specific. I'll give it that, she said. Probably some algorithm looking at everyone's data and guessing things. I did hit a pothole on the way here. She shrugged and headed out. On the monitor above the counter, Mateo watched her step around to the back of her car. She crouched by the rear left tire. Even through the grainy camera feed, her body language changed. She straightened up quickly and waved through the glass. He stepped outside. The tire sagged visibly, close to flat. In the low light, he could see a dull metallic glint near the tread, a nail, or a screw buried in the rubber. Guess your new system's pretty good, she said. There was a strained brightness in her voice. If I'd gotten back on the highway like this? She didn't finish the sentence. She called roadside assistance from her phone. While she waited, she bought another coffee. After she left, the oddness of it settled over him more heavily. She hadn't given the system any information. No name, no card, no number. The station didn't have cameras with license plate recognition. Nothing fancy like that. As far as the computer should have been concerned, she was just another anonymous cash customer. Still, maybe it really was just some elaborate marketing trick. Maybe the station's insurance company had pushed for new safety messaging features. He wrote it down in the log, more as something to talk about later than as a real concern. At 1:20 a.m., a man in paint-bespattered work clothes came in for cigarettes and an energy drink. He was half turned away when Mateo handed him his receipt. Thanks, man, the guy said automatically, stuffing it into his pocket. The printer whirred again. A second receipt slid out. Mateo caught it before it fell. He frowned. Only one sale had been rung up. There should have been only one slip. But the second one was clearly stamped with the same time and total. At the bottom, where the coupon text usually sat, a single line had printed, "You left your phone on the counter by the door." Mateo's gaze flickered up. The man was almost out of the store. On the small table near the entrance, beside a stack of free real estate magazines, a black phone lay face down. "Hey," Mateo called. "Your phone." The guy stopped dead, patted his pocket, and turned. "Man, thank you," he said, scooping it up. "My wife would have killed me." After he left, Mateo looked down at the duplicate receipt again. The paper was already cooling, the ink settling into the fibers. He checked the log, then picked up the phone and dialed the support number on the laminated card taped near the register. After a few minutes of menus, a tired technician answered. "Media support. This is Ken." Mateo described the messages as calmly as he could. "Yeah, no," Ken said, his voice crackling faintly through the line. "Network in your area isn't fully live yet. You should just be getting generic promotional text, if anything. Nothing personalized. Definitely nothing safety related. We're still populating the content." "It knew about a flat tire," Mateo said. "And a missing phone, without a loyalty number." Ken sighed. "Look, the unit can't see," he said. "It's not tied into any sensors like that. It's just a printer. Worst it can do on its own is spit out blank paper. If you're getting weird text, it's probably leftover test scripts. I'll push an update anyway. Should clear any garbage." He sounded more bored than concerned. After they hung up, the next few customers received utterly normal receipts. Coupons for coffee, points balances, a cheerful, "Thanks for shopping with us." For almost an hour, Mateo began to wonder if he'd made too big a deal out of it. Then, at 2:09, a teenage girl came in, hair pulled into a messy bun, hoodie sleeves pulled over her hands. She grabbed a soda and a pack of gum and dug crumpled bills from her pocket. She glanced at the receipt as she turned away, then stopped. Her shoulders tensed. "What is this?" she asked quietly. She held the slip out toward him. He read the line at the bottom. "Go straight home. Do not meet him tonight." He looked up at her. "Some kind of glitch," he said, because he didn't know what else to say. Her expression had gone pale and sharp. "When did you install this?" she asked. "Like today?" "Yeah," Mateo said slowly. She stared at the paper. "I'm supposed to meet my boyfriend at the park," she said. He wanted to talk about something. He's been weird all week. Mateo shifted his weight. He was a cashier, not a counselor. It wasn't his place to tell a stranger how to live her life. But the thought of her crumpling that paper, walking back out into the night, heading somewhere else with whoever him was, lay thick in the air between them. "We get weird corporate messages sometimes," he said carefully, "but I've never seen one like that. If it freaks you out, you don't have to do what it says." But you also don't have to go anywhere you don't want to. She looked at him a long moment, then folded the receipt into a small square and tucked it into her hoodie pocket. I think I'll just go home, she said. He watched her taillights fade down the road. The logbook on the shelf behind him felt heavier now, its blank lines waiting. He wrote it down. After that, the messages came more often. A man in a suit received a receipt that said, "Call your father tomorrow. He's waiting for you to." He returned a week later, smiling in a way that didn't quite reach his eyes, and told Matteo his father had gone into the hospital the day after they talked. "If I hadn't called," he began, then shook his head and paid for his coffee. A tired nurse on the morning shift got one that read, "You have slept 9 hours in 3 days. Take a taxi home." She stared at it, then at the dark parking lot outside, then quietly called a cab. On nights when the store was busy, Matteo barely had time to think about what the printer spat out. But during the slow stretches, he began to watch people's faces as they glanced at their receipts. The small frowns, the sudden stillness, the tight, angry crumpling, or the quick, furtive folding. Not every message was heavy. Some were almost gentle. "You did your best today. She forgave you a long time ago. You're not as alone as you think." People rarely commented on those. They would just pause, swallow, and leave, as if embarrassed that a strip of paper had seen through whatever they were carrying. One rainy night, a truck driver in his 50s fueled up and came in for coffee. His hands shook just a little as he reached for the thermos, as if the long miles were catching up with him. The receipt he got was short. "Do not take the river bridge tonight." He stared at it, then at Matteo. "That bridge is my route," he said. "I've been driving that way for 20 years. Matteo's mouth was dry. "We've been getting weird messages," he said. "I can't tell you what to do. But maybe, if there's another road." The driver looked down at the paper again. "Last month," he said slowly, "some kid cut me off on that bridge, nearly pushed me into the rail. I keep thinking about it, every time I go over. Makes my chest tight." He folded the receipt carefully and put it in his wallet. "I'll take the long way," he said, "just this once." The next morning, the radio in the store played news about a multi-car accident on the river bridge. Fog, speed, bad timing, several injured. One dead. The announcer didn't mention trucks. By then, Matteo had started saving some of the stranger receipts. He tucked them into an envelope in the office, their white edges slowly graying as fingerprints and air dulled them. He told himself he was keeping evidence of the glitch. The system logs, when he checked them, showed nothing unusual. No record of custom messages being pushed. No activity from central servers at the times he'd written down in the log. Probably just test data you're not supposed to be seeing, was all the support tech ever said, sounding more amused each time he called. The first receipt that mentioned his name came on a quiet Wednesday, just before 2 in the morning. He had rung up a bottle of water for himself, paid the few cents into the register like they were supposed to, and let the printer spit out a customer copy. At the bottom, in the same plain font as always, it read, "Matteo, stop reading these." He stood by the register, fluorescent light buzzing overhead, and felt a slow, cold unease settle into his stomach. The system didn't know his name. He hadn't entered it anywhere. His name tag said, Matt. In big block letters, half the customers thought his full name was Matthew. He flipped the receipt over. Nothing on the back. He checked the log on the terminal. No change. The next few hours were quiet. No more messages addressed to him. Just the usual mix of reminders and nudges for customers. He almost managed to convince himself that someone had played a joke. The manager, maybe, testing out a feature he hadn't admitted to. 2 nights later, the receipts came back to him with more insistence. He sold gas and snacks to a group of college kids heading out of town. Their receipt said, "No one in the back seat is okay to drive." The kid with the keys handed them over, muttering something about stupid, creepy paper, but giving in anyway. When they left, that duplicate receipt slid out again, time-stamped with the same exact second. This one had only 2 words. Stay inside. He kept that one too. After that, the printer developed a new habit. Once or twice per shift, with no sale rung and no button pressed, it would whir softly and spit out a blank receipt. No prices, no items. Just the date and time at the top, and a single line at the bottom. The messages on those were always for him. Don't check the cameras at 3:11. Don't answer the phone on the 3rd ring at 2:02. Don't look outside when the lights flicker. He obeyed, more out of a tight, irrational superstition than anything else. On the nights when he slipped and did glance at the screen or reflexively reached for a ringing phone, nothing dramatic happened. No ghosts. No intruders. But afterward, he would notice some small thing that made his skin crawl. A shape on the camera screen standing a little too still. An extra click on the line when he picked up, like someone else had been there a heartbeat earlier. The row of pumps outside looking, for a moment, like something other than simple metal and wires. One shift, near the end of his run of nights, the printer woke up again. It was 2:39 a.m. The store was empty. A light wind pushed litter against the curb outside. The machine clicked softly. A strip of paper slid out. At the bottom, in that same neutral font, it read, "At 2:46, he will come in. Do not let him leave." Mateo stared at the clock on the wall. 2:39 ticked over to 2:40. "What does that mean?" he murmured. The store hummed quietly around him. He checked the parking lot on the cameras. No cars were approaching. The highway beyond the station glowed a dull orange under the street lamps, empty for the moment. Ardian Sushasenfen. He wiped his damp palms on his jeans. Probably nothing, he told himself. Probably no one comes at all. At 2:46, the bell over the door chimed. A man stepped in out of the dark. He was in his 30s, maybe early 40s, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. His hair was slightly damp, as if he'd been walking in a light mist. His face was ordinary in the way some faces are, no striking features, nothing that stood out. But his eyes were red-rimmed, as if he hadn't slept. "Hey," he said, voice flat but polite. "Can I get 20 on pump 3? "Sure," Mateo said. His heart thudded. "Cash or card?" "Cash." The man laid a folded bill on the counter. Mateo rang it up. The drawer slid open. He made change automatically. The receipt printed. He handed it over without thinking. The man took it, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket without reading. Mateo's fingers closed around the second slip that slid out a moment later. He looked down. "Keep him here 2 minutes." His throat went dry. He looked up at the clock. 2:47. "Everything okay?" the man asked. "Yeah," Mateo said. "Yeah, slow night." The man nodded absently and turned toward the door. "Hey," Mateo said quickly. The man paused. You want a coffee?" "It's on the house," Mateo said. "We're throwing out the pot in a bit anyway." The man hesitated, his hand on the door. "Nah," he said. "I'm good. Gotta get going." "Bathroom's clean," Mateo added, hating how desperate he sounded. "If you need to." The man gave a small, humorless smile. "You trying to upsell the restroom?" he asked. "That's a first." Mateo swallowed. "It's just late," he said. Roads get weird at this hour. Something flickered in the man's expression. Not irritation, not amusement. Weariness. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Yeah, they do." His hand dropped from the door. "I could use the bathroom, actually," he said. "Thanks." He walked down the short hallway to the back, shoulders slightly slumped. On the clock, the minute hand crawled. Ardian Sushaboffen. Mateo stood behind the counter, gripping the edge. He heard the faint sound of the restroom door closing. The soft whoosh of the exhaust fan kicking on. 2 minutes, the receipt had said. Just 2. He did not know what those 2 minutes were buying, or what might have happened differently if the man had walked straight back out into the night. At 2:50, the restroom door opened again. The man returned, his face a shade less tense. "You were right," he said. "Long drive ahead, probably overdoing the caffeine." He set his empty hands on the counter for a second. "Hey," he added, almost as an afterthought. "Do you know if there's another station past here? One that's open?" Mateo thought of the route. "There's one about 20 miles up," he said. "But I don't think it's 24 hours. After that, you hit the toll road." The man nodded. "Maybe I'll just stop short," he said. "Find a motel. Been thinking, maybe I don't have to make it all the way tonight." His gaze drifted, unfocused, toward the window. For a moment, something like raw indecision passed across his features. "You don't look like you want to be on the road," Mateo heard himself say. The man's eyes snapped back to his. "Yeah," he said slowly. "You could say that." He patted his pocket where the first receipt lay. "Guess I can take a hint," he said. "Thanks for the coffee offer." He left. Mateo watched on the camera, as he stood by pump 3 for a long moment, head bowed. Then the man got into his car, started the engine, and pulled out not toward the highway, but back along the service road that led toward a cluster of motels and fast food places. The lot fell quiet again. On the counter, the duplicate receipt lay where Mateo had left it. "Keep him here 2 minutes." He added it to the envelope in the office. The next time he rang up something for himself, the printer responded again. The message at the bottom was as simple as all the others. "You can't save everyone." He stared at it for a long time. A week later, on his night off, he stopped at a grocery store across town. At the checkout, the clerk handed him a receipt. The bottom was full of discount codes and a cheerful cartoon. No warnings, no names. He felt a strange, irrational disappointment. Months later, he quit the gas station. The envelope of receipts stayed tucked in the back of the office drawer, gradually buried under newer paperwork and forgotten memos. A new clerk took over the night shifts. The printer kept working. Customers came and went. One evening, during a lull between the late commuters and the early morning crowd, the new clerk rang up a pack of gum and a bottle of water for herself, just to have something to chew and sip during the quiet hour. The receipt printed. She glanced at the bottom as she walked back to the counter. She frowned. The line there was short. An instruction, written in the same neutral font as all the others. "Look up. He's driving by right now." She looked up. Through the big front window, headlights slid past on the highway. In one car, just visible for a second as it passed under the glow of the station lights, a young man glanced over. He looked older, more tired, but there was something familiar in his profile. By the time she realized why, the car had already merged back into the dark. Behind her, the printer whirred again, unprompted. A fresh strip of paper emerged. "Welcome back," it said. "We're still open." The clerk shivered, tore it off, and slid it under the counter, telling herself she'd throw it away later. Outside, the gas station lights hummed steadily on, casting their pool of brightness onto the concrete. Drivers pulled in, filled their tanks, took receipts without really looking at them. Most crumpled them on instinct, never noticing the extra line of text. Some read them, paused, and changed something small, a route, a call, a decision about when to go home. And somewhere in the whir and click of the tiny thermal printer, beneath the coupons and barcodes, a thin thread of words kept weaving its way through the night, one narrow slip of paper at a time. Story number 6. The gas station was mostly glass. From the road, it looked like a bright aquarium. Wide front windows, clear panels along the sides, and doors that seemed barely there until they parted with a soft sigh. Inside, white light reflected off every surface metal shelves, shiny tile, stainless steel coffee counters. At the back, a long wall of refrigerators stretched from one end of the store to the other, their doors made of thick glass that caught and bounced the light back in layers. Above certain aisles, convex mirrors watched the corners, bending the world into domes. At night, when the traffic on the avenue thinned and the streets glowed a dull orange, the station turned into a series of overlapping reflections inside on glass, outside on wet pavement, the line between the two thinner than it felt in daylight. Nisha worked there 3 nights a week. She was 22, studying part-time, and the job fit into the spaces between her classes and home. The night shift's quiet suited her too. She could read during slow hours. The regulars were easy to recognize. The rules were simple. Count the register at the start of the shift. Check the pumps on the screen above the counter. Keep the coffee fresh until 2 in the morning. Don't let anyone linger in the bathroom. The first odd thing she noticed didn't seem particularly strange at all. Not at first. It was a Thursday near the end of September. The rush from the nearby sports arena had finally died down. A few cars still passed on the road, taillights streaking red in the damp air. The station itself was empty. Nisha stood behind the counter, collecting loose receipts and straightening the display of lighters. In the convex security mirror above the candy aisle, she could see the first 2 rows of shelves and part of the drinks section. As she glanced up, someone moved through the mirror's curve. A man in a dark hoodie walked down the chips aisle, head bent over his phone. He paused near the middle, hand reaching out for a familiar red bag. Nisha lifted her head to call the usual, automatic greeting. "Hi there, let me know if you..." The aisle itself was empty. She blinked. On the mirror, the man was still there. He took the bag of chips from the shelf, glanced down at it, then turned his head as if he'd heard her voice. In the actual aisle below the mirror, Nothing moved. The bags hung untouched, brightly colored and still. Nisha's fingers tightened on the stack of receipts. She looked back at the mirror, convinced she'd misjudged the angle. Maybe what she was seeing was a delayed reflection of someone who'd already left. But the man in the glass walked toward the counter now, bag in hand, his steps matching the slight swaying of the curved surface. His hoodie's zipper caught the light. He looked up, directly into the mirror's center. For a fraction of a second, Nisha felt his gaze hit hers, not in the store, but in that odd, rounded reflection above the candy. Then the bell over the door chimed. She flinched. A man in a dark hoodie stepped in from the parking lot, shaking off the cool air. He walked down the chips aisle, head bent over his phone. His movements were almost exactly the same as the man in the mirror. Almost. He hesitated one shelf earlier. Reached for a blue bag this time. Turned his head, not toward the mirror, but toward the refrigerated drinks. Nisha watched him now with ordinary attention, the moment of unease dissolving into a prickling curiosity. He paid. Left. The bell chimed again. She looked up at the convex mirror. The aisle was empty. Her own slender shape bent at the counter, the shelves, the white glare of the ceiling, nothing else. It was late. She'd been staring at screens and pages all day. Her eyes played tricks sometimes. Everyone's did. She filed the moment away under weird but explainable and finished her shift. The second time, it was harder to shrug off. This was a week later, around the same hour, nearing 1 in the morning. A light rain had started, dotting the dark pavement with silver. The reflections outside were noisier now. Street lights, moving headlights, smeared into half-seen streaks in the glass. Nisha was restocking the coffee bar, her back to the front windows. From that vantage point, the world came to her backward in the transparent door of the microwave and the gleaming panel of the stainless steel fridge beside it. In the microwave's small square of glass, she saw a woman walk past with a stroller. The woman's outline was clear in the reflection. Dark hair tied back, hood up, one hand on the stroller handle. The stroller itself was a blocky shadow with small round wheels, moving smoothly across the tile. Nisha turned, more out of instinct than anything. The front of the store was empty. She looked back at the microwave. In the glass, the woman continued across the frame, pushing the stroller toward the drinks. The faintly curved reflection stretched them slightly, making their movement look oddly fluid. The woman's head turned toward the counter, though her face was too blurred by the angle and distance to see clearly. Nisha stepped to the side, breaking the line between herself and the glass. For a heartbeat, the reflection fractured into bright shapes. When it reformed, the woman and stroller were gone. The air conditioner hummed softly. Outside, passing cars drew long ribbons of light across the windows. Nisha walked quickly to the front of the store and leaned on the counter, scanning the aisles. Nothing, no stroller, no customer. Her pulse beat a little faster. She finished her shift. She told no one. The gas station remained just a gas station during the day when she came back to pick up her payslip. Children begged their parents for candy. Drivers filled their tanks against a bright blue sky. The reflections in the glass coolers were ordinary rows of drinks, people's outlines, the occasional stray glare. At night, the world shifted. The reflections grew deeper, darker, more independent. She began to notice things at the edges. A man in a reflective vest standing by pump 3 in the cooled glass of the freezer door. But when she turned, the pump was empty. A teenager in a baseball cap, browsing magazines in the convex mirror over aisle 3, but the aisle itself held only rows of oil cans and wiper fluid. Once, she saw the shape of a small dog sitting by the door in the reflection of the lottery ticket display. Ears pricked, tail curled neatly around its paws. When she looked directly, the mat by the entrance was bare. Her mind assembled possibilities. Ghosts, hallucinations, security camera feeds overlaying wrong angles. She didn't believe in the first. She deeply did not want to believe in the second. The third explanation lasted longest. It was comforting to think of signals crossed, images piped into the wrong screens. But there were no screens. Just physical glass and mirrors and metal. The pattern only became clear when she started recognizing people. It was late October on the night she saw the first repetition. A man in a blue button-and-down shirt came in just before midnight. He bought a coffee and a pack of gum, chatted idly about the strange fog that had rolled in over the river. He paid with a card, signed his name hurriedly, and left. Nisha watched him through the front window. He moved slowly, shoulders hunched against the damp, When he reached his car at pump 2, he set his coffee on the roof for a second to fish his keys from his pocket. In the reflection on the glass cooler by the counter, the same man lifted a coffee cup to his lips, still inside the store, still walking down the drink aisle, his outline passing behind the bottles. In reality, he had already driven away. She didn't sleep well that day. The next afternoon on the local news, a brief story mentioned a minor multi-ACA car collision on the river bridge near midnight. No serious injuries. Traffic delays lasted an hour. The grainy image showed 3 vehicles at awkward angles, hazard lights blinking. One of them was a blue sedan, the same color and approximate shape as the man's car. Coincidences happened, she knew that. But after that, she started watching her own reflections more carefully. In the convex mirror above the candy, she saw herself bending to restock a shelf, but the reflection's head turned a moment too late. In the dark window by the coffee bar, she glimpsed her outline walking past, only to realize she was standing still. Sometimes, the reflections repeated actions she hadn't done yet, reaching for the register, picking up the phone. And then, a second or two later, she would find herself doing exactly those things without quite deciding to. On a slow Wednesday, she set up an experiment. She stood behind the counter and lifted her right hand halfway, palm facing up, fingers curled. She kept her eyes on the front window, on her own faint, doubled outline. In the glass, her reflection's hand started to rise before she moved. Just a fraction of a second, barely noticeable, but the sequence was wrong. That night, something in her unease turned into a quieter, colder curiosity. If the reflections were out of sync, what were they reflecting? Later that week, a delivery driver mentioned a rumor while signing for the coffee shipment. They used to say this place was bad luck, he remarked, tapping his pen against the counter. Back when it was a different brand. 2 accidents in the intersection in the same month. Both times, the drivers had just filled up here. Nisha didn't say anything. That evening, she went into the tiny back room and dug through a stack of old incident reports the manager never seemed to throw away. Most of them were mundane slips, minor damage, a broken cooler fan. 2 of them were different. Incident. Customer involved in collision at light shortly after departure. Customer had appeared distracted, divided by unsettled in store. No fault of store. She read the dates. Both at night, both after midnight. What she didn't do was look for patterns with the faces in her memories. She didn't want to know if any of the people she'd glimpsed twice had never made it past the next intersection. The turning point arrived on a rainy Sunday when almost no one came in at all. Around 2:30 inches the morning when the store was at its quietest, Nisha stepped out from behind the counter to refill the napkin dispensers by the hot dog roller. The rain outside threw silver tears down the glass, blurring the world beyond the forecourt. As she passed the refrigerator wall, something flickered in the door's reflections. The store looked crowded. In the glass, every aisle held people. A man leaned over the coffee station, stirring sugar into a cup. A woman in a business suit examined a row of energy drinks. A boy in a hoodie stood at the candy rack, fingers hovering over a bright blue wrapper. Near the back, a tall figure in a long coat looked toward the coolers. The real aisles were empty. Nisha stopped walking. The crowd in the reflections did not. They moved and shifted, glancing up occasionally, their faces indistinct in the distortion. Their colors were slightly washed out, as if a film of frost lay between them and the viewer. She took a slow step backward. The people in the glass did not react to her movement. They continued about their silent business, except for one. Near the middle of the reflection wall, in the door of the cooler that held iced teas, her own reflection stared back at her. It stood behind the counter, hands resting lightly on the mat, posture relaxed. Its face was calm. Its eyes were fixed on her, not at the angle the glass should have carried. The other reflections passed behind it, walking through its back as if it weren't there. Nisha's real hands were empty, hanging at her sides in the middle of the aisle. In the glass, her other self slowly lifted a hand and waved. The gesture was small, almost casual. A tiny movement of fingers. Nisha froze. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly. Somewhere beneath the floor, the building systems hummed. Her heart hammered loud enough to feel. For a long moment, she and the mirrored version of herself stared at each other across that thin layer of glass and cold. Then someone coughed behind her. She turned, jerked by the sound. A customer had entered without her hearing the bell. Or perhaps the bell hadn't chimed. She didn't know. He was middle-aged, wearing a worn coat, hood up against the rain. His face was lined, his eyes tired. "Didn't mean to startle you," he said. "It's fine," she said too quickly. He selected a coffee, a donut, paid, and left. Normal, ordinary. When she looked back at the refrigerators, the crowd of reflections had thinned, fading like mist. Her own doubled shape stood where it should, mirroring her posture exactly. She finished her tasks with mechanical precision. When her shift ended at 6, the sky outside a pale smear of early light, she clocked out and walked home on autopilot. Sleep did not come easily. Days went by. The reflections went back to being small, flickering misalignments, hair falling the wrong way, a blink a half-second too late. Then, one night, they turned from passive to active. It was close to 3 in the morning when the power flickered. Just once. The overhead lights dimmed, then rallied. The humming of the coolers stuttered and steadied. The computers at the counter let out a soft complaint and reset. Nisha had been counting money in the drawer, banding small stacks of bills. She closed it, flexing her fingers to shake off the numbness. The windows had become black mirrors again. The world behind her doubled and blurred into the wet streets beyond. In the glass, she saw someone jogging up to the doors. A young woman in running gear, ponytail swinging, earbuds in. She moved with the quick, loose strides of someone used to lady-night exercise. She slowed as she reached the entrance, one hand moving toward her pocket. Nisha turned toward the door. No one was there. In the reflection, the runner yanked on the handle, surprised when it didn't move. She frowned, cupped her hands against the glass, and peered inside. Her gaze seemed to pass directly over Nisha. The real handle didn't rattle. The air didn't move. Only the rain tapped softly against the outside. The runner in the reflection looked back over her shoulder, as if someone had called to her from the road. Her mouth moved. Nisha couldn't hear the words. The runner turned away from the door and jogged out of frame, vanishing into the dark corners of the window's reflection. Nisha's skin prickled. A few minutes later, a car's headlights washed briefly across the storefront as it passed at speed. Somewhere beyond the edge of what she could see, a horn honked sharply, followed by the faint scream of brakes. She stood at the counter, hands shaking, until the sounds died away. After that, she started doing something she hadn't realized she was capable of. She began to test the reflections. When she saw someone doing something slightly different in glass than in reality, reaching for a certain snack, starting down a particular aisle, she would speak up, gently nudging them another way. "Those chips are stale. We just got fresher ones on the other shelf. The coffee's burned. Let me pour a new pot. Careful going out. The corner by the light is slick." Most of the time, the advice sounded ordinary. Most of the time, the responses were slight a laugh, a thank you, an eye roll. But in the mirrored world, small ripples spread. A man who, in the reflection, had seemed to forget his wallet on the counter, now slipped it back into his pocket with a sheepish grin. A teenager who had been standing too close to a teetering display moved away before it toppled. A woman whose reflection showed her phone buzzing ignored it and kept her coat zipped, instead of fishing for it in the cold rain. Nisha didn't know if any of it mattered beyond the walls of the store, but the active acting of not just watching steadied her, until the night the reflection stopped waiting. It was late winter, just after the holidays, when the city felt stretched thin and tired. Snow was piled in dirty ridges along the parking lot edges. The air outside was so cold that each breath made the glass fog for a moment. Inside, the heat hummed softly. The store was empty. Nisha leaned against the counter, flipping idly through a dog-eared paperback. The convex mirror above the candy aisle caught her slanted reflection, warped and small. She glanced up. In the mirror, the store wasn't empty. Her double stood in the middle of the aisle, back slightly hunched. Several other figures moved between the shelves. They were indistinct, but familiar in their diversity. Different ages, clothes, postures. The other Nisha lifted her head. In the convex surface, her reflection's face looked narrower, eyes shadowed but intent. Slowly, deliberately, the mirrored Nisha raised her hand and pointed to something behind the real Nisha's left shoulder. Nisha didn't turn. The air shifted, ever so slightly. The building had its own sounds, settling creaks, distant echoes of traffic, the periodic hum of systems cycling on and off. This was different. A soft, almost inaudible shuffle, like someone adjusting their stance on the floor a few feet away. Her heart pounded. In the curved mirror, her reflection maintained its pose, finger extended, expression unreadable. The other figures in the store's reflected aisles moved with the flat, indifferent purpose of people who were not quite present. Nisha's breath came shallow. She kept her gaze locked on the mirror and spoke, her voice low but steady. "I'm not looking." Her reflected self's mouth moved. No sound carried. Then, very slowly, the mirror image lowered its hand. In the aisles, the other reflections faded, their colors leaching away until the curved glass showed only the empty store once more. Whatever small noise had sounded behind her ceased. Later, combing through the security footage in the back room, Nisha saw nothing unusual during that time. The aisles were empty. The cameras above the pumps showed still cars, occasional flakes of snow. But on one frame, just one of the recording from the camera above the candy aisle, there was a blur at the edge of the frame. A suggestion of another figure standing almost shoulder to shoulder with where she had been, form indistinct, edges softened like a reflection in rippling water. She didn't call tech support. She didn't tell her manager or her friends. She gave her notice. On her last night, the station felt strangely neutral. The reflections in the glass coolers were ordinary. Her own face stared back at her from the window. Tired, but clear. Near the end of the shift, as dawn seeped in pale bands along the horizon, a final customer came in, a man in his 30s, clearly exhausted, grabbing coffee and a breakfast sandwich before work. At the bottom of his receipt, a promotional message, promised a discount on car washes, had glanced up, half schmealing. "Guess the universe isn't talking through paper today," he joked. "My friend works at a station across town. Says sometimes the printer knows stuff." Nisha handed him his change. "Sometimes it does," she said. When he left, she turned off the coffee machine, cleaned the counter, and waited for the day clerk to arrive. Outside, the light strengthened. The reflections in the windows faded, replaced by the clearer image of the busy street waking up. On her way out, she paused by the long refrigerated wall. The rows of drinks shone in their cases. Her own face looked back at her, no lag, no strange angle. Behind her, in the very back of the reflected store, something moved. Not a person exactly, more like the idea of one. A faint, ghost-thin outline near the doors. Her reflection did not react. Nisha allowed herself one small nod, to the glass, to whatever watched from that side. "Find someone else," she said softly. "I'm clocked out." She stepped into the cold morning. Months later, walking past other storefronts, she would catch her reflection in random panes, bus windows, office lobbies, the glossy surface of her phone, and feel, just now and then, that her image blinked a heartbeat after she did. But the gas station was gone from her daily routes. Someone else stood behind that counter. New lights, new arrangements, maybe even a new color scheme. The glass, though, remained. At night, when the pumps glowed and the road was quiet, the reflections grew deep again. People passed through. Some of them twice, once in the world. Once in the thin shimmer of possibility that trailed just behind them. Most never felt the eyes that watched them from the other side of the glass. Most never knew that in certain stations, with more windows than walls, there were nights when the world and the reflections didn't line up quite right, and that sometimes, faintly, it was the reflections that moved first.